Every calm face you see in the morning may have fought a war inside during the night. Behind the smile, behind the routine, behind the words, "I'm fine," there can be old pain still sitting quietly in the heart. Memories that return when the room gets dark. Hurt that never fully left. Words that still echo. Losses that changed you. And emotional wounds you learned to hide so well that even you forgot how heavy they became. We are often taught to move on before we are taught how to heal, to be strong before we are allowed to be honest, to keep going, keep working, keep smiling, even while something inside us is still asking for rest. But deep emotional damage does not disappear because we ignore it. It softens when we finally meet it with wisdom, patience, and peace. The Stoics understood that pain is not always in what happened, but in the way the mind keeps carrying what happened. They taught that you cannot rewrite the past, but you can stop letting the past rule your inner life. You can learn to watch your thoughts without becoming them. You can feel old pain without giving it the power to control tonight, tomorrow, or the person you are becoming. Tonight, this is your quiet reset. 4 hours to loosen the grip of old wounds. 4 hours to stop fighting memories that only need compassion. 4 hours to rest the mind, calm the heart, and slowly return to yourself. You are not here to erase your story. You are here to stop bleeding from chapters that have already ended. As the mind begins to settle tonight, one truth starts to rise gently to the surface. Much of human suffering comes from confusing what happened to us with who we are. Painful events may have touched your life, but they were never meant to become your name. This is where healing begins. There is a silent danger that follows emotional pain for many years. It is not only the wound itself, but the moment the wound becomes identity. A betrayal happens, and someone begins to say, "I am unlovable." A failure happens, and the mind says, "I am useless." Rejection arrives, and the heart concludes, "I am unwanted." Notice what happened there. Life created an event, but the mind turned it into a label. The Stoics warned against this kind of confusion. They believed that external events can affect the body, the emotions, and circumstances, but they do not have the authority to define the soul unless we hand them that authority. Something painful may happen around you, but it does not become you unless you keep carrying it as a personal truth. Many people are still trapped inside sentences they formed during their worst moments. I am broken. I am damaged. I am hard to love. I always ruin things. These statements feel real because they were born in emotional pain. But pain speaks loudly, not wisely. A storm can be loud too, yet no one mistakes thunder for truth. Your wound is something that happened. Your identity is something deeper. Your wound is an experience. Your identity is your character, your choices, your values, your ability to grow, your ability to begin again. The wound belongs to time. Your identity belongs to what you choose now. Think of a person who breaks a leg. They would never say, "I am a broken leg." They would say, "I have an injury." Yet emotional pain tricks people into speaking differently. They say, "I am anxiety. I am trauma. I am failure." This language matters because words shape inner reality. When you describe yourself as the wound, healing feels like losing yourself. But when you describe it as something you carry, healing becomes possible. One Stoic practice is to change the sentence. Instead of "I am broken," say, "I went through something painful." Instead of "I am rejected," say, "I experienced rejection." Instead of "I am ruined," say, "I am recovering from damage." These are not small changes. They separate the self from the event. They create breathing room in the mind. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to observe thoughts rather than become swallowed by them. That means when the mind says, "This pain is me," You step back and answer calmly, "No, this pain is present, but it is not my essence." That one pause can save years of suffering. Some people secretly cling to wounds because the wound has become familiar. It explains their fear. It explains their anger. It explains why they never risk love again, or trust again, or try again. Letting go feels frightening, because then they must meet themselves without the old story. But the Stoics would say this is exactly the doorway to freedom. You are more than what hurt you. You are the one who survived it. You are the one who can learn from it. You are the one who can become wiser because of it without worshipping it. Fire may touch metal, but it can also strengthen it. Another powerful practice is to list what cannot be damaged by other people unless you surrender it. Your honesty cannot be stolen. Your ability to learn cannot be stolen. Your courage cannot be stolen. Your capacity to love again cannot be stolen. Your dignity may be attacked, but it only truly falls when you abandon it yourself. When you remember this, emotional wounds begin to lose their throne. They become part of your history, not rulers of your future. There is also mercy needed here. Many people formed painful identities when they were young, scared, or alone. A child blamed by adults may grow into an adult who says, "Everything is my fault." Someone repeatedly abandoned may believe, "Everyone leaves because I am not enough." These beliefs were survival responses, not final truths. They helped explain pain when wisdom was not yet available. Tonight, you are allowed to outgrow those old conclusions. Sit quietly with this thought. If the wound were removed, what would remain? Kindness would remain. Intelligence would remain. Humor would remain. Sensitivity would remain. Strength would remain. The ability to rebuild would remain. That means the wound was never the whole of you. The Stoics did not ask people to deny pain. They asked people to place pain in its proper position. It is an experience, not an identity. It is a chapter, not the author. It is weather passing through, not the sky itself. So as you rest tonight, let the old labels loosen their grip. You do not need to introduce yourself through what happened anymore. You do not need to keep carrying names given to you by painful seasons. You are not the betrayal. You are not the abandonment. You are not the mistake. You are not the wound. You are the one who remains. And once you begin to see that you are not the wound, another quiet truth becomes possible. Pain does not mean you are ruined. Pain means something inside you was touched, stretched, disappointed, or injured. But injury is not the same as destruction. A heart can hurt deeply and still be whole enough to heal. There is a strange lie the mind tells after deep emotional pain. It says, "If I feel this much pain, something must be wrong with me." But pain is not proof that you are broken. Pain is proof that you are human. It means you cared. It means something mattered. It means your heart was alive enough to feel the impact of what happened. A stone does not grieve. A dead branch does not tremble in the wind. A closed heart feels nothing, but that is not strength. Sometimes the very pain you hate is evidence that something tender and valuable is still alive inside you. The Stoics understood that suffering grows when we make false judgments about pain. The first pain may come from life itself. Someone leaves, someone lies, someone disappoints you. A dream collapses, a season ends. That is the first wound. But then the mind creates a second wound by saying, "This happened because I am weak, I am damaged, I am not enough." That second wound is often heavier than the first. Epictetus taught that people are not disturbed only by events, but by the meaning they give to events. This does not mean pain is fake. It means the story you attach to pain can either trap you or free you. If you treat pain as proof that you are broken, every tear becomes an accusation. Every hard night becomes evidence against yourself. Every emotional struggle becomes a courtroom where you are both the wounded person and the guilty one. But what if pain is not a verdict? What if pain is a signal? Pain can be the mind saying, something needs care here. It can be the heart saying, this mattered more than I admitted. It can be the soul saying, I have carried this too long without gentleness. Pain is not always an enemy. Sometimes it is a messenger knocking on a door you have refused to open. The problem begins when you hate yourself for needing healing. Many people judge themselves for not being over something yet. They say, why am I still affected by this? Why can't I just move on? Why does this still hurt? But healing is not a command you shout at yourself. Healing is a process you practice with patience. You would not yell at a cut for not closing fast enough. You would not blame a tired body for needing rest. Yet people do this with emotional pain every day. They demand peace from a heart they have not comforted. They demand strength from a mind they keep attacking. Stoicism is not emotional punishment. It is not pretending nothing hurts. True Stoicism is learning how to meet pain without becoming its prisoner. It says, this hurts, but I will not use this hurt to hate myself. This is heavy, but I will not turn the weight into my identity. This moment is difficult, but difficulty is not disgrace. One of the rarest forms of strength is being able to say, I am in pain, without adding, therefore, I am weak. That small separation changes everything. Pain becomes something you are experiencing, not something that defines your worth. Some people are afraid to admit pain because they think it gives power to the past. But denied pain does not disappear. It hides inside reactions. It becomes anger over small things. It becomes fear when someone gets too close. It becomes control, silence, overthinking, or emotional distance. The pain you refuse to acknowledge often starts speaking through your behavior. To stop treating pain like proof that you are broken, you must learn to listen without condemning yourself. When sadness rises, do not rush to insult it. When fear appears, do not call yourself foolish. When grief returns, do not shame it for arriving late. Simply notice it. Name it. Breathe through it. Say, this is pain passing through me. It is not the whole of me. This is how the Stoic mind becomes steady, not by rejecting emotion, but by refusing to exaggerate its meaning. An emotion may be real, but it may not be final. A feeling may be strong, but it may not be wise. A memory may hurt, but it may not deserve to rule the present. There is also a deep difference between being wounded and being broken. A wounded person can still choose. A wounded person can still learn. A wounded person can still act with dignity. A wounded person can still tell the truth, forgive slowly, rebuild trust carefully, and take one honest step forward. Broken means beyond repair. But you are still here, still breathing, still listening, still searching for peace. That alone means something in you has not given up. Tonight, let this thought settle gently. Emotional pain is not evidence against you. It is evidence that something inside you needs kindness, not judgment. You do not need to be ashamed of the ache. You do not need to hide every scar. You do not need to prove you are strong by pretending nothing ever touched you. The strongest people are not those who never hurt. They are those who stop turning hurt into self-hatred. So as your mind softens into rest, release the cruel conclusion that pain means you are defective. Let the body breathe. Let the heart loosen. Let the old shame fall away. You are not broken because you hurt. You are healing because you finally stopped abandoning yourself inside the pain. And when you finally stop calling yourself broken, another burden becomes visible in the dark. It is the pain you kept carrying that never truly belonged to you. Betrayal has a strange way of entering one life, then living inside another. Someone else created the wound, yet you became the one holding the weight. There is a quiet suffering many people know too well. Someone lied to you, deceived you, abandoned you, used your trust, or smiled while acting against you. The event ended long ago, yet part of it still lives inside your body. It returns at night as tension, suspicion, anger, replayed conversations, and the question that keeps exhausting the mind: why did they do it? This is where the Stoic night ritual begins. It is the practice of returning every betrayal back to the person who caused it, instead of carrying their actions as if they belong to your identity. Many people do the opposite without noticing. Someone cheats and they carry shame. Someone lies and they carry confusion. Someone manipulates and they carry self-doubt. Someone betrays trust and they carry fear into future relationships. Notice the tragedy. Another person created the damage, but you became the storage room for the consequences. The Stoics believed each person owns their own character. Their choices belong to them. Their dishonesty belongs to them. Their lack of discipline belongs to them. Their cruelty belongs to them. Their failure to value loyalty belongs to them. When someone betrays you, they reveal their inner world more than they define yours. Marcus Aurelius often reflected that the wrongdoer harms himself first because he damages his own character. A liar must live as a liar. A deceiver must live with a divided mind. A disloyal person becomes someone who cannot be trusted even by himself. Their punishment often begins long before life gives them consequences. Yet betrayed people often keep asking for justice by carrying pain. They replay scenes, imagine revenge, distrust everyone, and reopen wounds nightly. But this does not punish the betrayer, it punishes the betrayed. So tonight, practice a different response. Close your eyes and name what happened clearly, without drama and without denial. They lied. They used my trust. They chose themselves at my expense. They hid truth from me. Simplicity matters. Truth without exaggeration calms the nervous system. Then ask the most freeing question: what part of this is theirs and what part is mine? Their dishonesty is theirs. Their weakness is theirs. Their hidden motives are theirs. Their lack of integrity is theirs. Their inability to love properly is theirs. What is yours? Your grief is yours to process. Your boundaries are yours to strengthen. Your lessons are yours to keep. Your future choices are yours to improve. Your healing is yours to protect. This separation is powerful because many people mix these categories. They carry another person's moral failure as personal inadequacy. They say, "I was betrayed, therefore I was not enough." But betrayal often says more about appetite than value. Some people damage good things because they lack the discipline to honor them. The night ritual continues by releasing false ownership. Say quietly within yourself, "I return your deception to you. I return your dishonor to you. I return your confusion to you. I return your unfinished character to you. I will not store what you created." This is not magic language. It is psychological clarity. The mind needs symbolic acts to let go of burdens it cannot physically touch. Some people fear that releasing betrayal means excusing it. It does not. You can judge an act as wrong and still refuse to carry it forever. Forgiveness is one path, but freedom does not always require immediate forgiveness. Sometimes it begins with simple refusal. I will not keep paying interest on a debt I did not create. Another part of the ritual is reclaiming what betrayal tried to steal. If trust was damaged, reclaim wise trust. Not blind trust, wise trust. If confidence was damaged, reclaim earned confidence through action. If peace was damaged, reclaim peace through boundaries. If softness was damaged, reclaim softness with discernment. Betrayal should not decide the kind of person you become. Many people let one dishonest person teach them to distrust everyone. One cold person teaches them to close the heart. One selfish act teaches them to expect the worst. This is how betrayal multiplies itself across years. Do not let one person recruit your future into their past behavior. Epictetus taught that no one can harm your inner self unless you surrender your judgment and choices. They may wound emotion, damage circumstances, or break trust, but your response remains sacred territory. That means tonight you can choose dignity over obsession, wisdom over replaying scenes, boundaries over bitterness, peace over private revenge fantasies that never satisfy. There is also grief beneath betrayal. Sometimes what hurts most is not the act, but the version of reality that died. You thought they were one thing, you discovered another. Mourn that honestly. The mind heals faster when it is allowed to grieve the illusion. Then let sleep become a return to self. As the body softens, picture yourself removing heavy bags from your shoulders. Each bag has a name: their lies, their selfishness, their cowardice, their inconsistency, their hidden life. Set each one outside the door. None belong in your bed tonight. You may still remember. You may still feel sadness. But remembrance is lighter than ownership. And if the mind asks again, why did they do it? Answer calmly, because of who they were in that moment. Their reasons are their burden to study. My task is to heal. That sentence alone can save years. So breathe deeply now. Let the chest loosen. Let the jaw unclench. Let the nervous system understand what the mind is learning. You do not need to carry another person's character flaw through your future. Return every betrayal to its source. Keep the lesson. Keep your dignity. Keep your peace. And once you begin returning betrayal to its rightful owner, another source of suffering becomes easier to notice. Sometimes the deepest pain is not only what happened, but the war the mind starts fighting against what already happened. The event may be over, yet resistance keeps it alive. There is a hidden reason some pain lasts far longer than expected. It is not always because the wound was greater. Often, it is because the mind keeps standing at the door of reality saying, "This should not have happened. This must be undone. This cannot be true." While life moves forward, the mind remains behind, arguing with a moment that has already passed. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed pain becomes heavier when we add mental resistance to natural hurt. Life brings loss, disappointment, endings, mistakes, illness, rejection, and change. These things can hurt on their own. But then the mind adds a second layer: outrage, denial, obsession, endless replaying, and the demand that reality behave differently than it did. This second layer is often what exhausts people. Think of someone caught in the rain. The rain is uncomfortable, but if they spend the entire walk shouting at the sky, cursing the clouds, and insisting the storm must stop immediately, the journey becomes far more miserable. The weather was one burden, resistance became another. The same happens emotionally. A relationship ends. That hurts. But then the mind says, this was supposed to last forever. A mistake is made. That hurts. Then the mind says, I should never have failed. Aging begins. That can be difficult. Then the mind says, I must remain who I was 10 years ago. Reality creates pain. Argument multiplies it. Epictetus taught that peace begins when we learn the difference between what is within our control and what is not. We cannot control the past. We cannot control another person's choices. We cannot control time, seasons, or every outcome, but we can control how long we fight with facts after they arrive. Many people mistake acceptance for weakness. They think if they accept something painful, they approve of it. But acceptance is not approval. Acceptance simply means seeing clearly what is already true. It means putting down the fantasy that refusal can rewrite history. A broken trust may be real. An ended chapter may be real. A painful diagnosis may be real. A missed opportunity may be real. Accepting reality does not mean liking it. It means ending the useless war against its existence. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to meet events as they are, not as he wished them to be. This is powerful because the mind loves imaginary negotiations. If only I had said this. If only they had changed. If only it happened later. If only life were fair. But the past cannot hear negotiations. It only receives acceptance. When the mind keeps arguing with reality, the body often joins the battle. Shoulders tighten, sleep becomes shallow, jaw clenches, breath shortens. Stress chemicals remain active because the nervous system thinks danger is still present. Yet many times the danger is gone. Only the resistance remains. This is why some people are trapped by old pain for years. The memory hurts, yes. But the greater suffering comes from refusing to let the memory belong to the past. They keep dragging it into the present courtroom every day. Stoicism offers another path. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "Now that this has happened, what is the wisest next step?" That question turns energy away from impossible control and toward useful action. If someone left, the next step may be rebuilding self-respect. If you failed, the next step may be learning. If life changed suddenly, the next step may be adaptation. If grief arrived, the next step may be gentle patience. The Stoic mind does not waste all strength demanding yesterday return. There is also humility and acceptance. Much suffering comes from believing life must obey our preferences, but life was never built around one person's comfort. Seasons change, bodies age, people choose badly, plans collapse, new paths appear through broken roads. When you stop demanding perfect conditions, resilience grows naturally. This does not mean becoming passive. Stoics were not passive people. They took action where action mattered. They defended justice, improved character, served others, trained discipline, but they refused to waste life wrestling with what could not be changed. You can practice this tonight in a simple way. Name one reality you keep resisting. Perhaps someone is gone. Perhaps a dream ended. Perhaps you are in a chapter you never wanted. Then say quietly, "This is what is true now." Feel how honest that sounds. Then add, "And I still have choices." Feel how empowering that sounds. Truth without helplessness. Acceptance without surrender. Sometimes pain lightens the moment the fight ends. Not because circumstances changed, but because inner friction stopped. The rope you were pulling against suddenly falls to the ground, and you realize there was no one on the other side. The mind may still return to old arguments. That is normal. Gently bring it back. It happened. It is real. I do not need to like it to face it. My task is not to reverse reality, but to respond nobly to it. That is Stoic strength. As sleep approaches, let the body receive this permission. You do not need to keep wrestling facts tonight. You do not need to rehearse old protests. You do not need to hold reality in a chokehold, hoping it changes shape. Let what happened be what happened. Let what is true be true. Let your energy return to the only place it can heal your life now, the present moment. When the mind stops arguing with reality, pain often loses the weight resistance gave it. And in that quiet surrender, peace begins to breathe again. And when the mind stops fighting reality, it becomes quiet enough to hear older voices still living inside it. Many adult struggles are not born in the present at all. They are echoes from earlier years, old shame wearing new clothes, guiding choices long after childhood has ended. There is a kind of weight many adults carry without naming. It does not look like shame at first. It looks like overthinking before speaking. It looks like apologizing for existing. It looks like choosing less than you deserve. It looks like fearing mistakes more than missing opportunities. It looks like staying small in rooms where you belong. But underneath these patterns, childhood shame is often still at work. Childhood shame forms when a young mind concludes, something is wrong with me. It can come from constant criticism, harsh comparisons, emotional neglect, humiliation, unstable love, being ignored, or being blamed for things a child could never control. A child does not have the wisdom to say, the adults around me are wounded. Instead, the child often says, it must be me. That conclusion can survive for decades. The Stoics believed that many emotional chains are made of judgments accepted without examination. Childhood shame is one of the strongest examples. You may have accepted painful beliefs before you had the power to question them. I am too much. I am not enough. Love must be earned. If I fail, I lose value. If people are upset, it must be my fault. These beliefs may feel ancient and automatic because they were learned early, not because they are true. As an adult, shame often hides inside decisions. You may choose partners who confirm old feelings of unworthiness. You may reject opportunities because success feels unfamiliar. You may silence your needs because asking once brought punishment. You may stay loyal to people who mistreat you because disrespect feels strangely normal. You may delay action until perfection because mistakes once led to ridicule. Notice what is happening. A child's survival strategy becomes an adult's prison. The Stoic path begins with separating the past lesson from present reality. Just because something was true in one environment does not mean it is true everywhere now. Staying quiet may have protected you once. Pleasing others may have reduced conflict once. Hiding emotion may have felt safer once. But adulthood asks a new question. Does this pattern still serve my life today? Marcus Aurelius often examined impressions before obeying them. That means when shame says, do not speak, they will judge you. Pause. Ask, is this wisdom or an old fear? When shame says, take whatever love is offered, ask, is this truth or conditioning? When shame says, you cannot handle failure, ask, who taught me that? This pause is powerful. It interrupts automatic obedience to outdated beliefs. Another healing practice is to understand the child with compassion rather than embarrassment. Many adults feel ashamed of their younger selves for being needy, scared, sensitive, or confused. But children are supposed to need care. They are supposed to seek safety. They are supposed to feel deeply. The shame belongs less to the child and more to the environments that failed to guide gently. You do not heal by insulting the child you once were. You heal by becoming the wise protector that child never had. That means speaking differently inside your own mind. Replace harsh inner sentences with honest ones. Instead of, I am weak for feeling this, say, this feeling began early and I am learning now. Instead of, why am I like this, say, these patterns once helped me survive. Instead of, I always ruin things, say, I am still practicing new ways to respond. This is not empty positivity, it is accurate mercy. Stoicism also teaches responsibility without self-hatred. You are not to blame for every wound you received, but you are responsible for what you do with it now. This is empowering. It means your past explains some patterns, but it does not own your future decisions. If childhood shame taught you to settle, you can practice standards. If it taught you to fear conflict, you can practice boundaries. If it taught you to hide talent, you can practice visible effort. If it taught you to expect rejection, you can practice showing up anyway. Growth often feels uncomfortable because it contradicts old emotional training. That discomfort is not danger, it is relearning. Many people wait to feel fully confident before changing, but confidence often arrives after repeated action, not before it. Speak once while nervous. Say no once while shaky. Apply once while doubting. Leave one unhealthy dynamic even while afraid. Each action teaches the nervous system that adulthood has resources childhood lacked. There is also grief in this work. You may mourn the years spent choosing from shame instead of freedom. You may mourn relationships accepted from low self-worth. You may mourn talents hidden because criticism once hurt deeply. Let that grief be clean. Regret can become wisdom if it is not turned into punishment. Epictetus taught that no person is free who is not master of himself. Childhood shame tries to keep the old masters alive inside your head. Old critics, old neglect, old fear. Freedom begins when their voices are no longer final authority. Tonight, ask quietly before sleep. Which adult decisions still belong to a child's pain? Then choose one pattern to loosen. Maybe you stop apologizing for reasonable needs. Maybe you stop saying yes when you mean no. Maybe you stop assuming dislike where none exists. Maybe you stop shrinking your gifts to keep others comfortable. Maybe you stop chasing love from those who cannot give it. These are not small acts. They are the rebuilding of identity. As you rest now, let this truth settle into the body. You are older than the shame, wiser than the old conclusions, stronger than the voices that named you wrongly. Childhood may explain where some fears began. It does not get to decide where your life goes next. And once childhood shame begins to loosen, something important returns to your hands: choice. Many people suffer not only because pain exists, but because pain makes everything feel powerless. The moment suffering arrives, the mind often forgets what still belongs to it. There is a question so simple that most people overlook its power, yet asked sincerely, it can calm panic, restore dignity, and redirect a life. The question is this: what part of this pain is still under my control? Pain has a way of appearing larger than it is because it arrives as a total experience. When heartbreak comes, it feels like everything is broken. When failure comes, it feels like the future is ruined. When grief comes, it feels like life itself has darkened. The mind sees one giant shadow and assumes there is nothing left to govern. The Stoics refused this illusion. They knew that pain may touch many things, but it never owns everything. Something always remains within reach: your judgment, your next action, your tone, your boundaries, your honesty, your breath, your schedule, your response, your willingness to learn, your refusal to become bitter. These are not small things. These are the steering wheel of a human life. Epictetus built much of his philosophy on this exact distinction. Some things are up to us, some are not. Suffering becomes chaotic when we mix the two. We try to control what has already happened, what others think, what people feel, how quickly wounds heal, whether the past changes, whether everyone understands us. Meanwhile, we neglect what is actually available now. The rare practice is to stop asking, "Why is this happening?" and begin asking, "What remains mine?" If someone rejected you, their decision may be outside your control, but how you speak to yourself afterward is still yours. You can call yourself worthless, or you can grieve with dignity. If money was lost, the loss may be real, but your discipline today is still yours. You can collapse into despair or begin rebuilding with clarity. If someone betrayed you, Their character is no longer yours to manage, but your standards for future relationships are still yours. If grief arrived through death or separation, you may not control the absence, but you can control whether love becomes gratitude or only endless protest. Marcus Aurelius often turned pain into discipline by asking what virtue the moment required: patience, courage, honesty, endurance, humility, wisdom. This is another form of the same question. What part of this remains mine to shape? Most people only see the wound. Stoics looked for the responsibility still alive inside the wound. This does not mean blaming yourself for suffering. It means refusing helplessness where helplessness is unnecessary. There is a huge difference. A person may not control the storm, but they may still control whether they anchor the house, light a candle, call for help, or sit frozen doing nothing. When emotional pain strikes, begin by dividing the experience into two columns. What is not under my control: the past event, another person's choices, time already spent, opinions of others, perfect outcomes, instant healing. What is under my control? Today's habits, what story I repeat, whether I isolate or reach out, whether I numb or feel honestly, whether I act with self-respect, whether I keep moving. This exercise alone can reduce mental suffering because the nervous system relaxes when it sees usable territory. Many people make pain heavier by trying to solve unsolvable parts. They obsess over why someone changed. They replay one sentence for months. They try to become mind readers of the past. They beg reality to be different. This drains strength needed for the parts that can heal. The Stoic mind conserves energy. It does not spend 10 hours on closed doors while ignoring the open path nearby. There is also power in controlling pace. You may not control when pain started, but you can control whether you rush yourself cruelly. Healing forced by shame often fails. Healing supported by steady action grows roots. You can control small, faithful acts: getting out of bed, taking a walk, drinking water, keeping one promise to yourself, turning off what inflames your mind, writing honestly, resting without guilt, speaking kindly inwardly for 5 minutes. These actions seem modest, but pain loses power when life regains rhythm. Another overlooked area of control is meaning. You may not choose every event, but you participate in interpretation. A breakup can become proof you are unwanted, or evidence that misalignment was exposed. Failure can become humiliation or tuition. Loneliness can become abandonment, or a season inviting self-rebuilding. Meaning shapes endurance. The Stoics did not control life more than others. They controlled where attention went. That is why they often appeared calmer in storms. Tonight, ask the question regarding one burden you carry now. What part of this pain is still under my control? Perhaps not the memory, but your relationship to it. Perhaps not their apology, but your release. Perhaps not lost years, but wise use of tomorrow. Perhaps not your feelings tonight, but what you feed them. Perhaps not the scar, but whether it becomes wisdom. Then choose one controllable thing before sleep. One message you stop rereading. One boundary you honor. One self-attack you refuse. One step you schedule for morning. One breath you lengthen. This is how strength quietly returns. Not through grand speeches, but through reclaimed territory. As your body softens now, let the mind put down impossible tasks. You do not need to fix the whole pain tonight. You do not need to solve every layer before dawn. You only need to hold what is yours, release what is not, and guard the small sacred space that always remains under your command. From there, even deep healing begins. And once you begin reclaiming what is still under your control, Another prison door becomes visible. Many people delay peace while waiting for something that may never come. They place healing in the hands of the very people who hurt them. They tell themselves, often without words, I can rest when they admit it. I can move on when they apologize. I can breathe when they finally understand what they did. This is one of the most painful bargains the mind can make. There is a deep longing in every wounded heart to be seen correctly. To hear someone say, I was wrong, I hurt you. You did not deserve that. This longing is human. It is natural to want truth acknowledged. It is natural to want justice spoken aloud. But when peace becomes dependent on another person's confession, your inner life remains chained to their character. The Stoics warned against tying your well-being to what you cannot command. Another person's apology belongs to their awareness, humility, courage, and conscience. Some people possess these qualities. Many do not. Some know what they did and hide from it. Some justify themselves. Some minimize the damage. Some are too proud to bend. Some are too asleep to understand. If your peace waits for all of them to awaken, you may wait for years. Epictetus would ask a hard but freeing question. Why place your freedom in someone else's hands? Many people think they need an apology because they need closure, but often what they truly need is not the apology itself. They need validation. They need to know the pain was real. They need to know they were not crazy, weak, dramatic, or unworthy. They need reality named clearly. This is important because much suffering comes from asking the wrong person to give what can be given inwardly. You can validate your own pain. You can say, that hurt me. You can say, what happened was not healthy. You can say, I did not deserve deception, contempt, cruelty, neglect, or manipulation. You can say, my experience matters even if they deny it. These sentences may sound simple, but they return authority to the self. Marcus Aurelius often practiced relying on inner judgment rather than public agreement. He knew the crowd may misunderstand, the offender may never repent, and fairness may arrive late or never outwardly. Yet a person can still live nobly without external permission. Another hidden trap is believing an apology would erase the damage. Sometimes it helps, yes. Sometimes sincere remorse softens wounds. But many apologies are incomplete. Some are performative. Some seek relief for the offender more than healing for the harmed. Some arrive years late after trust has died. If you make peace dependent on a perfect apology, disappointment may continue. Peace comes from something deeper than hearing the right words. It comes from accepting what happened. It comes from grieving what was lost. It comes from learning what must change. It comes from refusing to let injury become identity. It comes from choosing not to drink poison while waiting for another person to feel thirsty. There is also a hard truth many avoid. Some people apologize only when consequences arrive, not when conscience speaks. Waiting for such apologies can keep you emotionally tied to people who have already shown you their limits. The Stoic path is not bitterness. It is realism with dignity. See clearly what they are capable of. See clearly what they are not. Then choose your peace accordingly. One useful practice is to separate justice from apology. Justice may mean boundaries. It may mean distance. It may mean no further access to you. It may mean telling the truth privately or publicly when needed. It may mean learning not to repeat the pattern. Justice does not always sound like, I'm sorry. Sometimes the healthiest consequence is your absence. Another healing step is to mourn the apology you deserved but may never receive. This grief is real. You may grieve not only the hurt, but the lack of repair. Not only the betrayal, but the refusal to acknowledge it. Let yourself feel that honestly. Grief processed becomes lighter. Grief denied becomes resentment. Then ask gently, what if I no longer need them to agree with reality for reality to be true? That question changes lives. If someone denies your pain, the pain still happened. If someone rewrites history, history remains. If someone calls you too sensitive, your nervous system still remembers. If someone refuses accountability, accountability still matters. Truth does not disappear because the guilty avoid mirrors. You may also need to forgive yourself for waiting so long. Many people spend years chasing recognition from those unable to give it. They keep explaining, proving, pleading, hoping. Forgive that version of yourself. That was not foolishness. It was the natural desire for fairness. Now you know better. Now you can stop knocking on locked doors. Tonight, let this become a ritual before sleep. Picture the person you waited on. See the apology in their hands. Then calmly remove your hands from it. Say inwardly, keep what you cannot give. I will not wait here anymore. Then turn back toward yourself. Place one hand on the chest if it helps. Say, I release the need for your words before I allow myself peace. I believe what I lived. I honor what I felt. I choose rest without your permission. This is not revenge, it is emancipation. As the body softens now, let the nervous system understand that healing no longer depends on their growth. If they change one day, that is their journey. If they never do, that is also their journey. Your journey is different now. Your peace is no longer pending. Your life is no longer on hold. You do not need an apology to begin sleeping well again. You need truth, boundaries, and the courage to stop waiting. And once you stop waiting for an apology, another pattern often reveals itself quietly. The person may be gone. The event may be over. The chapter may have ended long ago. Yet the pain still visits because the mind keeps reopening the room where it happened. There is a reason emotional damage can survive for years after the moment itself has passed. It is not always because the wound was too large. Often, it is because the mind keeps rehearsing the old scene as if repetition could somehow change the ending. Many people do this without noticing. They replay the argument in the shower. They revisit the betrayal before sleep. They imagine what they should have said. They relive the humiliation while driving. They reconstruct the loss while staring at the ceiling. They keep returning to the same memory, hoping to find a sentence, detail, or explanation that will finally set them free. But most of the time, it does the opposite. The Stoics understood that attention is a form of nourishment. What you repeatedly feed in the mind grows roots. If you keep feeding an old injury with constant replay, the nervous system continues to treat it as active territory. The body tightens. The heart braces. The mind believes danger is still nearby because you keep showing it the same signal. Marcus Aurelius often practiced bringing the mind back from useless wandering. He knew that thoughts repeated without purpose become chains. Memory itself is not the enemy. Learning from the past is wise. But rehearsing pain without progress is different. That is not reflection. That is self-re-injury. There is a deep temptation in replaying old scenes. It creates the illusion of control. The mind thinks, if I go over it one more time, maybe I will understand everything. Maybe I will find closure. Maybe I will undo the shame. But no amount of mental replay can edit history. The scene remains unchanged while your present moment keeps being consumed. Think of a wound on the skin. If it begins to heal but you scratch it open daily, healing slows. Emotional wounds often work the same way. The memory starts to scar over, then the mind picks at it again through obsession, revenge fantasies, self-blame, or endless analysis. Epictetus would remind us to examine whether a thought is useful before entertaining it. Not every thought deserves a seat at your table. Some thoughts arrive only to steal peace. Some memories come not to teach, but to repeat old suffering in new hours. This does not mean suppressing everything painful. Suppression buries pain alive. It often returns louder. The Stoic way is not denial, it is disciplined observation. When the old scene appears, notice it. Name it gently. This is the memory again. Then ask, is there something new here to learn, or am I only bleeding again? That question matters. If there is a real lesson, perhaps about boundaries, patterns, trust, or courage, take the lesson, write it down if needed, turn memory into wisdom. But once the lesson is gathered, there is no need to keep living inside the classroom. Many people confuse familiarity with necessity. The old scene feels important because it is familiar. It has been visited so many times that the mind treats it like home. But familiar pain is still pain. Just because a room is known does not mean it is healthy to keep sleeping there. There is also identity hidden in repetition. Some people replay wounds because the wound has become part of who they think they are. The one who was betrayed, the one who was abandoned, the one who failed. If they stop rehearsing the scene, they fear losing their story, but you are allowed to outgrow stories built in suffering. Another reason the old scene repeats is unfinished emotion. Sometimes tears were never cried. Anger was never expressed safely. Grief was honor honored. In that case, the answer is not more replay. The answer is completion. Completion may look like journaling honestly. It may look like speaking to a therapist. It may look like crying without shame. It may look like saying out loud what was never said, even privately. It may look like grieving what you wished had happened. Once emotion is felt cleanly, the memory often loosens naturally. The Stoics valued present action because action interrupts stale loops. When the mind starts replaying, return to what is real now. Feel your feet. Lengthen your breath. Notice the room. Drink water. Stand up. Take a walk. Wash your face. Begin one small task. Send attention into the living world. This teaches the brain that now is safer than then. Another powerful practice is changing the question. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen?" ask, "How do I live wisely because it happened?" The first question can trap you in the scene. The second leads you out of it. Perhaps you live with stronger standards. Perhaps you trust slower, but not never. Perhaps you speak sooner. Perhaps you choose yourself faster. Perhaps you stop abandoning your instincts. That is how pain becomes instruction instead of inheritance. Tonight, if the old scene returns before sleep, do not wrestle it. Do not climb inside it again. Watch it from a small distance. Say, "That happened." Say, "I have visited this enough." Say, "The past does not need another performance tonight." Then bring attention back to the breath moving in and out. Back to the pillow beneath your head. Back to the life still waiting outside that memory. As the body softens now, let the nervous system understand something new. Repetition is not healing. Rehearsal is not recovery. Obsession is not closure. You do not need to replay the scene to respect what it cost you. You only need to carry the lesson and leave the stage. The chapter happened. The actor survived. The curtain can close now. And once you stop rehearsing the old scene, something powerful becomes possible. The memory may still exist, but it no longer needs to function as a cage. What once trapped you can begin to teach you. What once wounded you can begin to guide you. Many people think there are only two ways to deal with painful memories. Either suppress them and pretend they never happened, or drown in them and relive them endlessly. But the Stoics offered a third path: transform memory into instruction, not imprisonment. A painful memory becomes imprisonment when it controls your emotions, identity, decisions, and expectations of life. It becomes the lens through which you see everything. One betrayal teaches you to distrust all people. One humiliation teaches you to hide your voice. One failure teaches you to stop trying. One loss teaches you that joy is dangerous. The memory becomes a prison guard standing at the gate of every future opportunity. But memories can also become teachers. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on hardship not to suffer twice, but to extract wisdom once. He did not ask only, "What happened?" He asked, "What does this reveal? What does this train? What does this ask of my character now?" This shift changes the role of memory completely. The first step is to stop asking a painful memory to give you comfort. It cannot. The past is not a pillow. It is a record. Many people keep returning to old pain, expecting emotional relief from the very place where pain was created. Instead, return to memory only when there is something useful to gather. Ask better questions. What did this experience teach me about boundaries? What signs did I ignore? What strength did I discover? What values matter more clearly now? What kind of life do I refuse to live again? What qualities must I build next? These questions turn memory from courtroom to classroom. Epictetus taught that events themselves do not define us. Our response does. This means even painful memories can be repurposed. You may not control what happened then, but you control whether it becomes bitterness, wisdom, caution, courage, compassion, or discipline now. Think of fire. Fire can destroy a forest, but it can also clear dead brush and make room for new growth. Painful memories are similar. Left unmanaged, they burn. Understood properly, they clear illusions. A betrayal may teach discernment. A failure may teach humility and preparation. Rejection may teach redirection. Being overlooked may teach self-validation. Loss may teach gratitude for what remains. Hard seasons often carry hidden instruction wrapped in discomfort. This does not mean every painful event was good. Stoicism does not ask you to praise cruelty or celebrate suffering. It asks something stronger. Can you refuse to waste the suffering by extracting wisdom from it? That question restores dignity. Another important practice is separating facts from emotional conclusions. Suppose someone abandoned you. The fact is they left. The emotional conclusion may be, "I am unworthy." But that conclusion is not instruction. It is injury speaking. Instruction would sound different. Some people leave when they lack depth, courage, or readiness. I must choose better and root worth within myself. Suppose you failed publicly. The fact is, you failed. The emotional conclusion may be, "I am embarrassing." Instruction would say, preparation matters, recovery matters. One event does not define ability. Facts can guide. False conclusions imprison. The Stoic mind trains itself to harvest facts and release destructive narratives. There is also power in writing painful memories differently, not rewriting history, but rewriting meaning. Instead of saying, "That was the moment my life broke," try, "That was the moment I began seeing clearly." Instead of "That ruined me," try, "That forced growth I had delayed." Instead of "I lost everything," try, "I lost what could not stay and began building what can." Language changes relationship. Many people fear letting memories become lessons because they think it dishonors the pain. But learning from pain does not disrespect it. It honors the cost by refusing to let it be meaningless. Imagine paying a high price for something and never opening the box. That is what it is like to suffer deeply and gather no wisdom. If pain charged you heavily, At least leave with insight. The Stoics also knew that memory should guide behavior, not poison personality. A past betrayal may teach caution, but it should not turn you cold. A past humiliation may teach resilience, but it should not make you hide forever. A past loss may teach appreciation, but it should not make you fear love entirely. Take the lesson. Leave the distortion. Tonight, choose one painful memory that still visits often. Hold it gently from a distance. Ask yourself, what truth did this reveal? What illusion did it destroy? What strength did it demand? What wiser standard came from it? What future suffering can this help me avoid? Sit with the answers slowly. Then thank the lesson, not the pain itself. There is a difference. You are thanking what was learned, what was clarified, what was strengthened. As the body softens towards sleep, let the memory lose its chains and keep only its map. You do not need to carry every old wound as active sorrow. You can carry some of them as sharpened wisdom. You can let certain scars become teachers rather than jailers. The past happened, but its final role is still being chosen now. Let it become guidance. Let it become depth. Let it become something that frees rather than confines. That is the Stoic art of turning memory into instruction, not imprisonment. And once painful memories begin to teach instead of imprison, another misunderstanding often comes into view. Many people survive hurt by shutting down feeling altogether. They call it maturity. They call it control. They call it strength. But often, it is only numbness wearing the mask of power. There is a version of strength the world praises too quickly. The person who says nothing, the person who never seems affected, the person who acts like nothing matters, the person who can lose, be betrayed, be lonely, be exhausted, and still show no emotion. From the outside, this can look impressive. From the inside, it is often a frozen life. Emotional numbness is what happens when the heart learns that feeling openly once brought too much pain. So it builds armor. It lowers sensitivity. It disconnects from grief, joy, tenderness, excitement, and vulnerability. It becomes hard to hurt, but also hard to move, hard to love, hard to feel alive. Many people mistake this for strength because pain becomes quieter. But pain becoming quieter is not always pain being healed. Sometimes it is pain being buried. The Stoics are often misunderstood here. Some assume Stoicism means becoming emotionless, cold, unreachable, untouched. But true Stoicism was never about deadening the heart. It was about governing the mind so emotions do not rule behavior. There is a huge difference between feeling less and being led less. Marcus Aurelius loved deeply, grieved losses, felt frustration, and faced disappointment. Yet he trained himself not to become a servant to every passing emotion. Stoic strength is not numbness. It is steadiness with feelings still present. Think of a skilled sailor at sea. Strength is not removing the ocean. Strength is learning to navigate waves without capsizing. Numbness would be draining the sea entirely and calling the silence mastery. Many people become numb after betrayal, heartbreak, chaotic childhoods, repeated rejection, or long stress. They tell themselves things like, "I don't care anymore. I need nobody. Nothing affects me. I'm better off feeling nothing." Sometimes these statements are not confidence. They are exhaustion. A person who truly does not care is calm. A person pretending not to care is tense. One is free, the other is defended. This matters because numbness silently steals life. You may stop feeling pain intensely, but you may also stop feeling gratitude deeply. You may stop crying, but also stop laughing fully. You may stop trusting others, but also stop receiving love. You may avoid disappointment, but also avoid meaning. The Stoics would ask, If your defense costs your humanity, is it wisdom? Epictetus taught that freedom comes from mastering judgments and desires, not amputating emotion. You are not asked to become stone. You are asked to become discerning. So how do you know whether you are strong or simply numb? If you can feel sadness and still function, that is strength. If you can feel fear and still act wisely, that is strength. If you can feel anger and still choose dignity, that is strength. If you can feel grief and remain kind, that is strength. If you feel nothing because you shut the doors of the heart, that is protection, not yet freedom. Another sign of numbness is boredom with life. Food tastes flatter. Relationships feel distant. Success feels empty. Rest feels restless. This happens because the same walls that block pain often block joy. You cannot selectively numb forever. The path back is gentle, not dramatic. Do not force yourself into emotional floods. Begin by allowing small feelings safely. Notice music that moves you. Notice gratitude when it appears. Notice sadness without attacking it. Notice affection without suspicion. Notice tears without shame. Notice beauty without rushing past it. This retrains the nervous system to understand that feeling is not danger. Many people also need language again. They know only fine, stressed, or angry. But inside may be disappointment, loneliness, grief, tenderness, envy, hope, relief, fear, longing, pride, fatigue. Naming emotions reduces fear of them. What is named can be held. What is vague often feels threatening. Stoicism supports this clarity. Observe the feeling, name it, place it in perspective, then choose the next wise action. For example, I feel rejected. Good, honest. Then ask, does this feeling define my worth? No. What action is wise now? Perhaps rest, perspective, conversation, or continued effort. This is emotional intelligence with discipline. Another healing truth is that tears are not weakness. Tears are release. Grief is not failure. Grief is love adjusting to loss. Sensitivity is not fragility. Sensitivity often means awareness. The problem is not feeling deeply. The problem is lacking tools to carry what you feel. The Stoics offered tools. Pause before reaction. Separate fact from story. Focus on what remains in your control. Return to values. Act with character regardless of mood. These tools make feeling safer because emotions no longer seem like dictators. Tonight, ask quietly, where have I confused shutdown with power? Perhaps in relationships where distance felt safer than honesty. Perhaps in work where over-functioning replaced feeling. Perhaps in silence where wounds were never named. Perhaps in pride that said, I need nothing, while the heart starved quietly. Then ask a better question. What would real strength look like here? Maybe it looks like admitting loneliness. Maybe it looks like apologizing sincerely. Maybe it looks like receiving help. Maybe it looks like crying and continuing. Maybe it looks like loving again with wisdom. As sleep approaches, let the armor loosen a little. You do not need to rip it off tonight. Just unclasp one buckle. Let the chest soften. Let the jaw release. Let one honest feeling breathe without judgment. You were never meant to become a machine to survive life. You were meant to become a steady human being, not numb, not ruled, alive and governed. That is stronger than coldness could ever be. And once you stop mistaking numbness for strength, another truth becomes easier to understand. Sometimes the mind is not rejecting wisdom because you are stubborn, weak, or unwilling. Sometimes the body is simply too alarmed to receive it. A threatened nervous system cannot calmly digest truth. Many people become frustrated with themselves because they know better, yet still feel trapped. They read wise books, hear clear advice, repeat strong affirmations, understand what they should do, and still panic, overreact, freeze, cling, avoid, or spiral. Then they judge themselves and say, "Why can't I change? I already know the answer." Because knowledge enters the mind, but safety enters the body. If the nervous system feels danger, wisdom often cannot land deeply. It bounces off the surface of a body preparing for survival. This is why someone may know they are loved and still fear abandonment. Know they are safe and still feel panic. Know the past is over and still react as if it is happening now. The Stoics understood more of this than many realize. They taught that perception shapes experience. If the system inside you interprets the moment as threat, reason becomes harder to access. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning himself to steadiness before making judgments. Calm first, then clarity. Think of a house with a fire alarm screaming. It is difficult to study philosophy while the siren is blaring. You first need to calm the alarm. Only then can you think clearly. Many people try to reason with themselves while their inner alarm is still loud. They say, "Calm down. Stop overthinking. You know better. Just move on." But the body hears danger, not lectures. This is why self-criticism often fails. It adds more threat to a system already overwhelmed. Your nervous system learned through experience. If childhood was chaotic, criticism constant, love unstable, conflict unpredictable, or trauma present, the body may have learned to scan constantly. It may treat raised voices, silence, rejection, uncertainty, or even rest itself as danger. Later in life, wisdom may be available, but the body still follows older maps. Epictetus said we are disturbed not only by events, but by our impressions of them. Today we might add, impressions are often carried through the nervous system as much as through thought. A slammed door may feel like more than a door if it once meant violence. Delayed replies may feel like abandonment if love was inconsistent. Calmness may feel strange if chaos was normal. So before the mind can accept wisdom, the body often needs evidence of safety, not grand speeches. Evidence. Slow breathing, gentle routine, predictable sleep, kind self-talk, spaces without attack, people who are steady, movement that discharges tension, moments where nothing bad happens and the body notices. This is why repeating Stoic truths can help more when paired with regulation. Saying, "I cannot control others" while shaking with panic may feel hollow. Saying the same sentence after 10 slow breaths can feel real. The truth did not change. The state changed. Marcus Aurelius wrote reminders to himself because he knew state matters. We all need wisdom repeated when calmer, not merely once when distressed. Many people think healing means fixing thoughts only. But thoughts are often downstream from physiology. A tired, inflamed, sleep-deprived, overstimulated body produces darker thinking. A rested, regulated body often receives perspective more easily. This is not weakness, it is design. Try giving wisdom to a starving person, an exhausted person, or someone in active panic. The words may be true, yet unreachable in that moment. So the Stoic path tonight begins lower in the system. Relax the jaw, drop the shoulders, unclench the hands, lengthen the exhale, let the tongue rest, soften the eyes, feel the support beneath you. These signals tell the body, not now, not danger, not attack. Then wisdom can enter. I survived before. This feeling is temporary. I do not need to solve everything tonight. One next step is enough. I can let this moment be simple. These sentences land differently in a settled body. Another important truth: safety does not always mean external perfection. Life may still be messy. Bills may exist. Relationships may be uncertain. The world may be loud. But internal safety can grow even inside imperfect conditions. It grows when you stop attacking yourself. It grows when you keep promises to yourself. It grows when you leave what repeatedly harms you. It grows when you create rhythms the body can trust. It grows when you become predictable kindness to yourself. Many adults are waiting for the world to feel safe enough before they calm down. But often the deeper task is becoming a safer place to live inside. This includes how you speak inwardly. If every mistake becomes abuse, the body stays guarded. If every feeling becomes shame, the body stays tense. If every uncertainty becomes catastrophe, the body stays activated. Change the voice, and the system listens. Stoicism is not harshness. It is disciplined compassion. It says, face reality clearly, but do not become your own tyrant. Tonight, ask yourself, what does my body need right now so my mind can hear wisdom? Maybe less screen light, maybe slower breathing, maybe warmth, maybe silence, maybe tears. Maybe a walk tomorrow, maybe boundaries with draining people, maybe rest instead of one more hour of worrying. Give the body one honest act of safety, then let the mind receive one honest truth. You do not need to force enlightenment into a frightened system. You need steadiness first. As sleep approaches, let this understanding soften years of self-blame. You were not failing because wisdom was absent. Often, safety was absent. Now you know the order. Calm the alarm, soften the body. Then the mind remembers what it always needed to hear. Peace is possible, and tonight it begins in the nervous system. And once the nervous system begins to feel safe, the mind becomes capable of another powerful act. It can choose who is allowed to live inside it. Many people remove harmful people from their phone, their house, or their schedule, yet still let them occupy the most valuable space of all, their inner world. There are people who left your life years ago, but still speak daily inside your mind. Their criticism echoes when you try something new. Their rejection appears when someone loves you. Their betrayal returns when trust is possible. Their mockery arrives when you are about to be visible. Their anger enters the room whenever you make a mistake. This is how painful people remain powerful long after physical distance. The Stoics believed the mind was sacred territory, a private realm where judgment, character, and peace could be cultivated. Marcus Aurelius often wrote as if guarding an inner citadel, a place no outside person should rule without permission. He knew enemies are dangerous, but internalized enemies are worse. Many people think they are suffering from what someone did. Sometimes they are suffering from how often they let that person continue doing it internally. A father who shamed you may still be judging every ambition. A former partner who betrayed you may still be poisoning trust. A teacher who belittled you may still be deciding whether you feel intelligent. A friend who abandoned you may still be defining your worth. A cruel person may be absent in body and present in authority. This is where the practice begins, mentally placing painful people outside your inner kingdom. Picture your mind as a kingdom with gates, walls, rooms, and a throne. The throne represents what guides your life, your deepest authority. Many people unknowingly seat old critics there. They let someone else's voice rule their mood, choices, and self-image. Stoicism asks a direct question: why is a person who lacked wisdom allowed to govern your peace? Not everyone deserves influence. Some people had access, not insight. Some had closeness, not character. Some had volume, not truth. Some had power then, but no rightful authority now. To place painful people outside your inner kingdom does not mean pretending they never existed. It means assigning them their proper position, part of your history, not rulers of your present. Start by identifying whose voice appears most often inside you. When you hesitate, whose criticism do you hear? When you feel ashamed, whose standards are you obeying? When you fear abandonment, whose leaving are you reliving? When you shrink, whose opinion are you still serving? Awareness is the opening of the gate. Then challenge the authority. Ask, was this person wise, fair, stable, and loving enough to be a trustworthy inner guide? Many times the honest answer is no. Why then should their voice remain law? Epictetus taught that we must examine impressions before accepting them. If an old voice says, "You will fail," do not bow automatically. Ask, who said that first? Were they accurate? Were they wounded themselves? Is this truth or inheritance? This creates distance between you and internalized pain. Another practice is replacing voices with chosen principles. Instead of the cruel parent's voice, place reason. Instead of the betrayer's voice, place discernment. Instead of the mocker's voice, place courage. Instead of the abandoning person's voice, place self-respect. Instead of chaos, place steadiness. The throne cannot stay empty. If you remove old rulers, you must seat wiser ones. Marcus Aurelius did this through reminders. He trained himself to return again and again to values rather than insults. You can do the same. Write inner laws such as, I do not measure worth by rejection. I do not repeat cruelty inwardly. I can make mistakes without losing dignity. I choose standards over old shame. I trust slowly, not never. I belong in my own life. These become the new constitution of the kingdom. Many people fear that releasing painful people means letting them win, but carrying them forever is often the greater victory for them. Freedom is not obsession with those who harmed you. Freedom is becoming no longer governed by them. There is also grief here. Sometimes the painful person was someone you loved deeply, a parent, a sibling, a partner. Letting them leave the throne may feel like betrayal, but honoring love does not require obeying damage. You can acknowledge what they meant and still refuse their continued rule. Boundaries can exist internally, even when contact continues externally. You may still speak to someone while no longer believing every judgment they make. You may still see them while no longer handing them the keys to your nervous system. This is mature sovereignty. Tonight, before sleep, picture the gates of your inner kingdom. See those who enter uninvited, critics, betrayers, voices of contempt, faces tied to old fear. One by one, escort them outside, not with rage, with calm authority. Say inwardly, you may have existed in my life. You do not govern my life. You may have shaped a chapter. You do not write the next one. You may have wounded me. You do not own me. Then close the gate gently. Now walk to the throne. Who belongs there now? Perhaps wisdom, perhaps courage, perhaps peace, perhaps God, conscience, truth, love, discipline. Whatever is highest and steady for you, seat that there. As the body softens into rest, let the mind feel the relief of proper order. Not every person who touched your life deserves residence in your heart. Not every voice from the past deserves a microphone in the present. Your inner world is valuable land. Guard it well, and let only the worthy remain within the walls. And once painful people are placed outside your inner kingdom, another freedom begins to call your name. It is the freedom to stop reducing your entire life to one dark season. Many people remove the person, yet still keep the chapter as the title of the book. There is a quiet tragedy that happens after suffering. A painful relationship ends, a betrayal happens, a public failure occurs, a loss breaks the heart, or a season of depression takes years away. Then the mind begins speaking as if that chapter explains everything. I was ruined by what happened. My life went wrong there. Nothing good ever recovered after that. That is who I became. This is how one cruel chapter starts pretending to be the whole story. The Stoics understood that perspective determines emotional weight. Events matter, yes. Pain can be real, deep, and life-altering. But the meaning you assign to one chapter shapes whether it becomes history or identity. Marcus Aurelius faced war, illness, political chaos, grief, betrayal, and exhaustion. Yet he refused to speak as if one hardship summarized existence. He kept returning to the present page, the next action, the next duty, the next chance to act with character. Many people do the opposite. They freeze their self-image inside one painful moment. The person cheated on once becomes the one nobody truly loves. The person who failed publicly becomes the embarrassment. The one abandoned becomes the unchosen one. The one who struggled mentally becomes the broken one. The one who lost money becomes the failure. Notice what happened. A chapter became a permanent label. No wise reader judges an entire book by one difficult chapter. Some stories begin in poverty and end in abundance. Some begin in confusion and end in clarity. Some pass through betrayal before finding real love. Some include years of wandering before purpose appears. Yet many people judge their own lives with less generosity than they would give a stranger. Epictetus taught that what harms us most is often not the event itself, but the conclusion we attach to it. One cruel chapter hurts once. The conclusion, "My whole life is ruined," hurts repeatedly. You must learn to separate chapter from story. A chapter has a beginning and end. A story is still unfolding. A chapter contains pain. A story can contain transformation. A chapter may be unfair. A story can still become meaningful. This distinction restores hope without denying reality. Another reason people cling to cruel chapters is familiarity. Painful identity can feel known, even when miserable. If you have told the same story about yourself for years, changing it can feel disorienting, but being familiar does not make it true. You may have repeated, "I always attract pain. I never recover. Good things don't last for me. I missed my chance." These are not life facts. They are exhausted narratives. The Stoic method is to return to evidence and action. Is it true that one betrayal means nobody can love you? No. Is it true that one lost decade means the future is empty? No. Is it true that one mistake erased all value? No. Is it true that one season of weakness prevents future strength? No. Cruel chapters often lie about permanence. There is also wisdom in asking what existed before and after the painful chapter. Before that betrayal, were there moments of joy, loyalty, laughter, growth, friendship, courage? After that failure, did you learn resilience, humility, skill, discernment? After that heartbreak, did you become deeper, clearer, more honest? If yes, then the cruel chapter was never the whole story. It was one passage among many. Stoicism does not ask you to romanticize pain. It asks you not to worship it. Some people center one wound so heavily that all victories become footnotes. They overlook kindness received, skills built, beauty witnessed, people helped, strength gained, mourning survived, wisdom earned. This is imbalance. The mind must be trained to remember the full book. A practical exercise tonight is this. Write the title of the cruel chapter honestly. The year I was betrayed. The season I lost everything. The years I hated myself. The relationship that broke me. Then write 3 titles for chapters that also belong to your story. The season I rebuilt. The years I became wiser. The chapter where I learned boundaries. The chapter where I found peace. The chapter where I became my own ally. This is not fantasy. It is proportion. Another healing truth is that readers love redemption arcs more than flawless beginnings. Your scars may become the very material that helps others, softens you, strengthens standards, deepens compassion, or reveals purpose. What shamed you may one day serve you. Marcus Aurelius did not control every chapter life handed him, but he controlled how he carried himself within them. That remains available to you now. You cannot always choose the chapter. You can influence the next page. You can decide whether bitterness narrates or wisdom does. You can decide whether pain becomes punctuation or title. Tonight, before sleep, place one hand on the chest if it helps and say quietly, "That chapter was real. That chapter was painful. That chapter mattered. But that chapter is not my whole story." Then ask, what chapter am I writing now? Maybe healing, maybe courage, maybe discipline, maybe trust again, maybe beginning late but strongly, maybe peace after chaos. As the body softens into rest, let identity loosen from old pages. You are not trapped in one season. You are not sentenced to one moment. You are not required to keep introducing yourself through your worst chapter. The book is still open. The pen is still in your hand. And some of the strongest pages are often written after the cruelest ones. And once you stop letting one cruel chapter define the whole story, another fear often rises quietly beneath the surface. Many people are afraid to grieve fully because they think grief will swallow their future. They believe if they open the door to sadness, they may never come back out. So they postpone mourning, they stay busy, they distract themselves, they smile too early, they force closure, they call numbness maturity. Yet what is not grieved often remains inside as tension, bitterness, fatigue, emotional distance, or quiet despair. The Stoics understood something many miss. Grief is natural, but surrender is optional. You can mourn deeply without handing your entire future to loss. You can feel pain honestly without making pain your permanent home. This is an important distinction. Grief is love adjusting to absence. Surrender is deciding life ended with what was lost. These are not the same thing. Marcus Aurelius lost children, friends, mentors, health, peace, certainty, and many hopes. He knew sorrow personally. Yet he kept returning to duty, virtue, service, and the next necessary act. He did not deny grief. He refused to let grief become the ruler of all remaining days. Many people swing between two extremes. One extreme is suppression. They say, "I'm fine." They move on publicly while breaking privately. They never cry. They never speak the truth of what was lost. This often creates delayed suffering. The other extreme is surrender. They conclude, nothing meaningful remains. They stop building. They stop trusting. They stop trying. They turn one loss into a life sentence. Stoicism offers a middle path. Feel the sorrow, then continue the walk. Epictetus taught that we do not control what leaves life, but we do control how we meet what remains. This means grief may visit you, but it does not automatically gain ownership of tomorrow. There is wisdom in allowing tears without worshipping tragedy. There is wisdom in missing someone without abandoning yourself. There is wisdom in honoring what mattered without declaring that nothing else can matter again. Many people secretly believe continuing life dishonors what was lost. They feel guilty laughing after death, loving after heartbreak, dreaming after failure, resting after caregiving, smiling after trauma. But joy after grief is not betrayal. It is evidence that life still moves through you. The Stoics would remind you that nature changes constantly. Seasons end, leaves fall, storms pass. New growth appears where old branches broke. To participate in life again is not disrespect to the past. It is alignment with reality. Another truth: grief needs expression, but it also needs direction. Expression may look like crying, journaling, prayer, conversation, remembrance, sitting quietly with emotion, naming what hurts. Direction means asking, how shall I live nobly now? If you lost someone loving, perhaps you carry forward their kindness. If you lost years to pain, perhaps you protect the years ahead. If heartbreak humbled you, perhaps you love wiser next time. If death taught fragility, perhaps you stop postponing what matters. This is how grief becomes sacred fuel rather than endless collapse. Marcus Aurelius often focused on the present task, not because the past was meaningless, but because the present was still alive. When sorrow is heavy, the future can feel impossible. Stoicism reduces life to the next honorable step. Get out of bed, eat something nourishing, take a walk, answer one message, do one task, speak one truth, rest 1 hour. You do not need to solve the next 10 years while grieving. You need to carry today with dignity. Another healing principle is this: grief changes form over time. At first it may feel like drowning. Later it becomes waves. Later still it may become tenderness, memory, gratitude, and occasional ache. Many people panic because grief still appears months or years later. They think healing failed. No, love leaves traces. Missing is not malfunction. A sudden tear does not mean you are back at the beginning. It often means something mattered deeply. Stoicism teaches steadiness with this too. When grief returns, greet it calmly. Ah, sorrow is visiting today. No need for panic, no need for shame. No need to predict endless darkness. Let it pass through with respect. There is also danger in making grief identity. Some people become loyal to mourning because it keeps connection alive. They fear healing means forgetting, but remembrance does not require permanent suffering. You can remember with peace. You can love with gratitude. You can honor without collapsing. You can carry someone in the heart while still walking toward your own life. Tonight ask gently, where have I mistaken grief for surrender? Perhaps in avoiding new love. Perhaps in refusing opportunity. Perhaps in staying emotionally frozen. Perhaps in telling yourself your best days ended. Perhaps in punishing yourself for surviving. Then ask a better question. What future would honor what I lost? Maybe a kinder life. Maybe a braver life. Maybe healthier boundaries. Maybe deeper presence. Maybe joy shared more freely. Maybe finally using the time you still have. This question turns grief into guidance. As sleep approaches, let the chest soften around what hurts. You do not need to force happiness tonight. You do not need to pretend nothing was taken. Simply hold two truths together. Something precious was lost. Something meaningful can still be lived. That balance is Stoic strength. Not coldness, not denial, not endless collapse. A heart that mourns honestly and still walks forward. So breathe slowly now. Let tears be allowed if they come. Let memory be welcome without ruling the room. Let tomorrow remain possible. You are allowed to grieve, and you are equally allowed not to surrender your future to it. And once you learn to grieve without surrendering your future, Another danger appears so quietly that many never notice it. Sometimes the pain is no longer the main problem. Sometimes the problem is the bond formed with the pain itself. There is a strange loyalty human beings can develop towards suffering. After carrying hurt for long enough, pain can begin to feel familiar, meaningful, even protective. It becomes part of identity. It explains moods, choices, fears, relationships, and limits. What once wounded you slowly becomes what you organize life around. This is the hidden danger of becoming loyal to your pain. Many people would never say it openly. They do not wake up thinking, "I want to keep suffering." Yet their patterns reveal attachment. They replay the same old story because it tells them who they are. They reject healing because pain feels known. They distrust joy because suffering feels safer. They sabotage peace because chaos feels normal. They defend bitterness because it feels powerful. They hold on to wounds because letting go feels like losing themselves. This is not weakness, it is conditioning. If pain lived with you through lonely nights, heartbreak, trauma, rejection, or years of confusion, the mind may start treating it like an old companion. Miserable, yes, but familiar. And the nervous system often prefers familiar discomfort over unfamiliar freedom. The Stoics understood that habit shapes destiny. What you rehearse becomes easier. What you identify with becomes sticky. If you repeat pain-centered thoughts daily, the mind builds roads back to them automatically. Marcus Aurelius constantly trained himself away from unhelpful habits of mind. He knew that inner freedom requires vigilance. Left unchecked, the mind clings to whatever it has practiced most, even misery. Pain can also offer hidden rewards. It can excuse risk. If I am still damaged, I do not need to try. It can justify isolation. No one understands me anyway. It can create moral superiority. I suffered, so I see more clearly than everyone. It can attract sympathy. If I stay wounded, I remain visible. It can avoid responsibility. The past is why I cannot change. These rewards are costly. They provide short comfort while stealing long freedom. Epictetus would ask, "What are you serving? Are you serving growth or serving an old wound? Are you serving truth or serving a familiar identity? Are you serving peace or serving the story of why peace is impossible?" This honesty can sting, but it liberates. Many people fear that releasing pain means minimizing what happened. It does not. You can honor the seriousness of your wounds without building an altar to them. You can acknowledge damage without living in devotion to damage. There is a difference between respecting pain and worshipping it. Respecting pain means learning from it, tending to it, allowing grief, seeking healing. Worshipping pain means centering it in every decision, every self-description, every relationship, every future expectation. One path heals, the other imprisons. Another sign of loyalty to pain is resisting evidence that life can improve. Someone compliments you and you dismiss it. A healthy person enters your life and you mistrust them. Peaceful days arrive and you wait for disaster. Opportunities appear and you say, "Not for someone like me." Why? Because if life changes, the old pain loses authority, and some part of you may still be protecting that authority. Stoicism teaches that no external wound should become your permanent ruler. You may carry scars, but scars are not kings. Character should govern, not injury. So how do you break loyalty to pain? First, notice where pain has become identity. Do you introduce yourself inwardly through what happened to you? Do you expect every chapter to repeat old suffering? Do you feel suspicious when things go well? Do you feel empty without a problem to solve? Awareness loosens the knot. Second, mourn what pain gave you falsely. Perhaps it gave you a sense of uniqueness. Perhaps it gave you an excuse to stay hidden. Perhaps it gave you reasons not to trust. Perhaps it gave structure to chaos. Thank it for helping you survive, then release it from leadership. Third, build loyalty elsewhere. Be loyal to peace. Be loyal to discipline. Be loyal to truth. Be loyal to health. Be loyal to standards. Be loyal to the future self trying to emerge. The throne cannot stay empty. If pain steps down, something wiser must sit there. Marcus Aurelius often returned to values rather than moods. You can do the same. Ask not, what does my pain want today, but what does wisdom require today? Maybe movement, maybe boundaries, maybe forgiveness, maybe courage, maybe rest, maybe one uncomfortable step forward. That question redirects allegiance. There is also tenderness needed here. Many people became loyal to pain because pain was present when no one else was. It accompanied childhood loneliness. It sat beside heartbreak. It stayed during abandonment. If so, do not hate yourself for the attachment. Thank the survival mechanism and outgrow it. Tonight, before sleep, place your pain gently before you in the mind. See it clearly. The grief, the anger, the identity built around suffering, the habits formed in darkness. Then say inwardly, you helped me survive, but you are not my future. You explained some seasons, but you do not get to author the next ones. You kept me company, but I no longer need companionship through suffering. Then turn your attention towards something quieter, your breath, your heartbeat, the bed beneath you, the life still unwritten. As the body softens now, let the nervous system learn that peace may feel unfamiliar, but unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. Joy may feel strange, but strange does not mean wrong. Freedom may feel empty at first, but emptiness is often space where new life enters. You do not betray your pain by healing. You simply stop being loyal to what was only meant to pass through. And once you stop being loyal to pain, another old attachment often remains. It is not always attachment to suffering itself, but attachment to the self you became while expecting suffering. Many people no longer live in the original wound, yet still live as the person who was trained by it. There is a version of you that learned to wait for hurt. The one who reads silence as rejection. The one who expects people to leave once things feel good. The one who cannot relax when life is calm. The one who apologizes before speaking. The one who loves with one foot already running. The one who braces during happiness because pain once arrived without warning. The one who mistakes vigilance for wisdom. This version of you was not foolish. It was adaptive. It was created by experience. If trust was broken repeatedly, suspicion became armor. If love was inconsistent, anxiety became preparation. If chaos appeared suddenly, hyper-awareness became protection. If kindness was followed by pain, joy itself became suspicious. The problem is not that this version of you existed. The problem is letting it keep driving long after the road changed. The Stoics understood that many human reactions begin as impressions, habits, and learned responses, not eternal truths. What was once useful may later become harmful. A soldier who remains in battle stance during peacetime suffers unnecessarily. Many adults do the same emotionally. Marcus Aurelius constantly updated his inner posture. He asked himself what reality required now, not what old fear expected then. This is wisdom, responding to the present, not obeying the past. Many people think they are just being realistic when they expect hurt, but often they are being historical. They are predicting tomorrow from yesterday's pain. They say, people always disappoint. It's only a matter of time. If I relax, something bad will happen. I'd rather expect the worst. This can feel intelligent because disappointment then seems less shocking. But constant bracing has a cost. It steals rest, intimacy, spontaneity, gratitude, and the ability to receive good things while they are here. Epictetus would ask, are you seeing what is in front of you, or what memory is projecting onto it? That question changes everything. A delayed text may be a busy day, not abandonment. A disagreement may be normal friction, not doom. A peaceful season may be stability, not a trap. A kind person may be sincere, not secretly dangerous. Not every present moment deserves an old defense. Detaching from the hurt-waiting self begins with compassion, not attack. Do not hate the version of you that learned vigilance. It kept watch when no one else did. It tried to prevent repeat pain. It deserves gratitude, then retirement. Say inwardly, you protected me once, but I do not need constant alarm now. You helped me survive uncertainty, but survival is not the same as living. This softens inner resistance. Another practice is noticing anticipatory pain. This is pain felt before anything painful has happened. You lose sleep over conversations that went fine. You tense before gatherings where no threat exists. You mourn endings before beginnings fully start. You rehearse betrayal while being treated well. This is the body remembering old patterns faster than the mind can reason. Stoicism helps by returning you to evidence. What is true now? Not what might happen, not what once happened. Now. Right now, am I unsafe or am I remembering? Right now, is there betrayal or uncertainty? Right now, is there rejection or silence with no confirmed meaning? Right now, is there danger or simply vulnerability? These distinctions calm the system. Marcus Aurelius often reduced problems to plain facts. You can do the same. Instead of everything is falling apart, say, I feel anxious because plans changed. Instead of they are leaving me, say, they have been quiet for one day. Facts are lighter than fearful interpretations. Another key step is allowing good moments without interrogation. Many pain-trained people cannot enjoy peace because they immediately search for hidden threats. They treat joy like suspicious activity. Practice receiving one calm moment without scanning it. Drink tea without forecasting disaster. Laugh without asking how long it will last. Rest without earning it through exhaustion. Love without demanding guarantees. This is emotional re-education. There is also identity work here. If you have been the guarded one for years, softness can feel like losing yourself. But you are not losing yourself. You are losing a survival costume. The self beneath it may be warmer, steadier, more playful, more trusting, more alive than you remember. Stoicism does not ask you to become naive. Keep discernment, keep boundaries, keep standards, but drop unnecessary armor. There is a difference between wisdom and constant suspicion. Wisdom observes patterns. Suspicion invents them. Wisdom responds to evidence. Suspicion responds to ghosts. Wisdom can rest until needed. Suspicion never sleeps. Tonight, ask gently, where am I still living as the person who was always waiting to be hurt? Perhaps in relationships where you test love instead of receiving it. Perhaps in work where you expect failure before effort. Perhaps in friendships where you keep distance to avoid disappointment. Perhaps alone at night where calm feels uncomfortable. Then choose one new response. If peace arrives, let it stay 5 minutes without questioning it. If someone is kind, receive it once without scanning motives. If silence happens, wait for facts before fear. If joy appears, do not apologize for feeling it. These are small acts of liberation. As sleep approaches, Picture the old watchman version of you standing at the gate, tired, alert, suspicious, carrying years of alarms. Walk toward them kindly. Take the heavy keys from their hand. Say, "You have guarded long enough. I thank you. You may rest now." Then open the gate to the present moment, not to everyone, not to foolishness, but to reality as it is now. As the body softens, let vigilance unclench. Let the chest loosen. Let tomorrow be unwritten rather than pre-damaged by old fear. You are allowed to become someone who no longer waits to be hurt. You are allowed to wait for peace too. And once you stop living as the version of yourself that was always waiting to be hurt, another inner conflict often appears. Many people know they need to accept the past, yet they resist because acceptance feels like surrender. It feels like saying the pain was fine, the injustice was fair, the betrayal was acceptable. So they keep fighting old realities, believing resistance is loyalty to truth. But there is a wiser path. The Stoic art is learning to accept what happened without approving of it. This distinction frees many people. Acceptance means recognizing reality as it is. Approval means praising it, excusing it, or saying it was right. These are completely different acts, yet people often confuse them. You can accept that someone lied without approving of lying. You can accept that a relationship ended without approving of how it ended. You can accept that childhood was painful without approving of what was done. You can accept that loss occurred without approving of the cruelty of fate. You can accept mistakes you made without approving of those choices. Acceptance is truth. Approval is endorsement. The Stoics always aimed for truth first. Epictetus taught that suffering increases when we resist facts after they have already arrived. If rain falls, denying the rain does not keep you dry. If a chapter ended, insisting it should not have ended does not reopen it. If betrayal happened, refusing to acknowledge it does not erase it. Reality remains while the mind exhausts itself in argument. Many people spend years saying inwardly, "This should not have happened. They should have been different. My life was supposed to go another way. I cannot accept that this is part of my story." These reactions are understandable, but often they prolong pain more than the original event. Marcus Aurelius faced war, disease, betrayal, political corruption, grief, and death around him constantly. Yet he trained himself to say, in essence, "This has happened. Now what is the noble response?" He did not waste all strength demanding the world become gentler retroactively. That is Stoic power. It is not passive weakness. It is disciplined realism. Another reason people resist acceptance is fear that if they stop fighting the past, they lose justice. But inner acceptance does not cancel outer boundaries or moral clarity. You may accept that someone harmed you and still never trust them again. You may accept that abuse occurred and still speak the truth about it. You may accept that you made mistakes and still make amends. You may accept loss and still grieve deeply. You may accept unfairness and still work for justice. Acceptance simply removes useless war with what already is. There is also self-forgiveness hidden here. Many people can accept what others did before they can accept their own past choices. They replay embarrassment, regret, missed chances, weak moments, years wasted. They think if they stop punishing themselves, they become careless. But endless self-punishment rarely produces wisdom. It usually produces paralysis. Stoicism says, "Face your errors clearly, learn fully, then walk forward." You do not need to keep stabbing yourself with a lesson already learned. A practical way to practice acceptance is using plain language. Instead of dramatic sentences like, "My whole life was destroyed," try, "That season hurt deeply and changed many things." Instead of, "I can never recover from that," Try, recovery has been slower than I wanted. Instead of everything was ruined, try, some things were lost and some things remain. Plain truth is easier to carry than emotional exaggeration. Another practice is asking, what am I trying to undo mentally that cannot be undone physically? A death, a betrayal, a lost decade, an old humiliation, a wrong turn? Once named, you can grieve it honestly rather than fight it endlessly, because grief heals more than denial. Many people think acceptance means no emotion. Not true. You may cry while accepting. You may feel anger while accepting. You may feel sadness while accepting. You may need years to fully integrate something and still be accepting. Acceptance is not emotionless. It is reality-based. The Stoics also knew that refusing to accept pain can trap identity in one moment. If you keep saying, "This cannot be true," part of you stays there forever. Acceptance allows movement. It lets time continue inside you. Tonight, ask quietly, what truth have I been fighting because I fear it means approval? Perhaps my parents were limited. That relationship was unhealthy. They may never understand. I lost years to fear. I cannot return to who I was. That dream is over. That chapter happened. Then add the second sentence, and I do not approve of it. Feel the power in that pairing. Truth without endorsement. Reality without surrender. Memory without chains. As sleep approaches, let the body relax its grip on old arguments. You do not need to defend yourself by resisting facts forever. You do not need to keep bleeding to prove something mattered. You can say, it happened, it hurt, it was wrong in places, it changed me. I wish it had been different. And it is still real. This is mature strength, not pretending, not praising pain, not collapsing under history, simply standing beside truth with dignity. As the breath slows now, let one old battle end. Let the mind stop trying to erase what only needs to be acknowledged. You are allowed to accept the past, and you are equally allowed to dislike it forever. And once you learn to accept what happened without approving of it, the body becomes ready for another mercy. Rest. Yet many people lie down each night while still carrying swords in the mind. The room is quiet, but inside wars continue. There is a reason sleep feels shallow for so many people. The body is in bed, but the mind is still on the battlefield. It is arguing with people who are not there, defending itself in conversations long over, planning revenge against those who moved on, rehearsing what should have been said, trying to solve losses that cannot be reversed, holding trials for the past at midnight. Then morning comes, and they wonder why they are tired. Sleep becomes healing when the mind stops fighting unfinished battles. Many emotional wounds remain active because the brain mistakes mental rehearsal for necessary work. It thinks, if I keep thinking about this, I am protecting myself. If I keep replaying this, I may gain control. If I stay alert, I will not be hurt again. But often it is only keeping the nervous system mobilized long after danger has passed. The Stoics understood that agitation disturbs judgment and peace. Marcus Aurelius often used the night to release the day, not to re-enter combat. He knew the mind needs periods of surrender, not surrender to injustice, but surrender to useless internal struggle. Some battles are unfinished because action is still needed. A boundary must be set, a truth must be spoken, a decision must be made, a pattern must be changed. These deserve calm attention in daylight. But many battles are unfinished only in imagination. You want them to understand. You want the past to reverse. You want betrayal to make sense. You want an apology from someone incapable of it. You want closure from those who gave confusion. These wars have no real battlefield left, only repetition. Epictetus taught that peace comes when we stop trying to control what is not ours. Night magnifies this lesson. When lights go off and distractions fade, unresolved control fantasies often rise. The mind wants one more attempt at mastery over what never belonged to it. This is why people feel wired at bedtime. The body seeks restoration while the mind seeks conquest. Healing sleep begins when conquest ends. One useful practice is asking before bed, which of today's battles are real and which are mental leftovers? A real battle might be a bill to pay tomorrow, a conversation to schedule, a task to complete. Write it down. Give it a place in daylight. A mental leftover might be proving yourself to someone who already chose misunderstanding. Imagining perfect responses to old insults. Reopening regrets with no action attached. These do not need strategy, they need release. The Stoic method is to separate problem from obsession. If action is possible, plan one next step and rest. If action is impossible tonight, postpone it with dignity. If nothing can be done at all, let the battle retire. Many people fear that if they stop thinking, they are being careless. But rest is not negligence. Rest is maintenance. A tired mind becomes dramatic, impulsive, anxious, and fragile. A rested mind sees more clearly. Sometimes sleep is the wisest next move. Marcus Aurelius might ask, "What use is a sword swung wildly in darkness?" That is what midnight overthinking often is. Effort without aim. Another hidden battle is self-attack. You replay mistakes. You insult yourself. You accuse yourself for not healing fast enough. You compare your life to others. You turn the bed into a courtroom. No wonder sleep resists. The nervous system cannot fully relax while being verbally attacked from within. Stoicism teaches discipline, not cruelty. Before sleep, replace prosecution with review. Instead of, "I ruined everything," say, "Today had errors and lessons." Instead of, "I am behind," say, "My path is unfolding differently." Instead of, "I should be stronger," say, "Strength also includes rest." This softens inner conflict. Another healing ritual is symbolic disarmament. Picture setting down weapons at the bedroom door, the weapon of revenge, the weapon of proving, the weapon of regret, the weapon of self-blame, the weapon of future panic. You may pick up what is useful tomorrow, but tonight, no combat. The body learns safety through repeated signals. Dim light, slower breath, unclenched jaw, softened shoulders, a written list for tomorrow, no more solving after a certain hour. These tell the system, battle hours are over. Then sleep changes. It becomes not just unconsciousness, but repair. Stress chemicals lower, memory integrates, emotion processes, cells restore, perspective resets. Often the answer you chased at midnight looks smaller by morning. That is why Stoic wisdom values timing. Not every problem deserves nighttime access to your mind. Some matters improve through action, some through conversation, some through patience, some through distance, many through sleep. Tonight, ask gently, what unfinished battle have I mistaken for a nightly duty? Perhaps a relationship already over, perhaps a regret already learned from. Perhaps a person committed to misunderstanding you. Perhaps a future problem not yet real. Perhaps the demand to become perfect before dawn. Then answer calmly, not tonight. I release this from night duty. I will meet life in daylight. As the pillow receives your head, let the mind understand something new. You do not earn safety by staying mentally armed. You do not prevent pain by never standing down. You do not become wise by exhausting yourself. You become wiser when you know when to stop fighting. So breathe slowly now. Let the courtroom empty. Let the battlefield grow quiet. Let the arguments lose oxygen. Let the body remember its ancient task in darkness, to heal. Sleep is not the enemy of progress. Sometimes it is where progress begins. And once sleep begins to heal the mind that has laid down its weapons, another hidden struggle often comes into view. Many people are not resting because they keep turning memory into a courtroom. Every night, the trial begins again. There is a painful habit the mind develops after rejection, criticism, betrayal, or shame. It returns to old memories not to learn, but to defend itself. You replay conversations to prove you were right. You revisit relationships to prove you were lovable. You relive failures to prove you were not foolish. You reopen scenes of humiliation to prove you were misunderstood. The case never ends. The judge changes. The witnesses are memories. The evidence is selective, and you are always both defendant and exhausted lawyer. This is what happens when memory becomes a courtroom where you defend your worth. The Stoics understood that worth is not something granted by public opinion, old events, or the verdicts of unstable people. Worth is rooted in character, conduct, and the ability to live according to reason and virtue. But many people hand their value to history, then spend years trying to win appeals. Marcus Aurelius faced criticism constantly. He was emperor, yet judged by crowds, rivals, allies, and enemies. If he had used every opinion as a measure of worth, peace would have been impossible. Instead, he returned again and again to one question: am I acting rightly now? That question is freedom. Many people ask the opposite question: did they understand me then? Did they appreciate me enough? Was I chosen enough? Was I admired enough? Did I embarrass myself? Was I good enough for them? These questions chain worth to memory, and memory is a poor judge. Memory is emotional. Memory is incomplete. Memory often exaggerates what hurt and minimizes what was strong. Memory can replay one bad moment while ignoring years of goodness. Epictetus taught that external judgments do not control the inner self unless accepted as truth. If someone once called you weak, foolish, dramatic, unattractive, unworthy, difficult, too much, not enough, that statement becomes powerful only if you keep summoning it into court. Many adults are still defending themselves against voices no longer present. A parent who criticized, a partner who devalued, a teacher who mocked, peers who excluded, a younger self who made mistakes. Notice how much energy goes into proving innocence to ghosts. The Stoic path is not to win these trials. It is to close the court. Your worth does not need to be litigated nightly. Another reason people use memory this way is the hope of retroactive validation. The mind thinks, if I understand the past perfectly, I will finally feel enough. But self-worth built on perfect historical clarity rarely arrives. There will always be another detail, another replay, another angle. Peace comes faster when worth is moved out of the past and into the present. How do you know your worth now? By the honesty you practice, by the discipline you build, by the kindness you choose, by the courage you show when afraid, by the way you rise after setbacks, by the boundaries you honor, by the truth you live today. This is living evidence, stronger than old testimony. A practical Stoic exercise is to catch prosecuting thoughts when they appear. I should have said something smarter. I looked pathetic. They left because I was lacking. I was never enough. Pause. Ask, is this fact, or is this a reopened case? Then redirect. What virtue is available now? Perhaps self-respect, perhaps humility, perhaps patience, perhaps action. perhaps rest. This takes the mind out of litigation and back into life. Another healing step is allowing imperfection without identity collapse. Many people keep retrying old moments because they cannot tolerate having looked foolish, needy, anxious, inexperienced or wrong. But all humans have chapters of immaturity. Errors are common. Endless sentencing is optional. Marcus Aurelius did not ask to be flawless. He asked to be improved. You can do the same. Instead of, I must prove I was always worthy, try, I can be worthy through how I live now. That sentence ends many trials. There is also mercy needed for the younger you. The person in those memories often had less wisdom, fewer tools, more fear, less healing, less experience. Why demand perfection from a version of you still learning? You would not put a child on trial for not knowing what adulthood knows. Extend some of that fairness inwardly. Tonight, if an old scene returns, do not enter the courtroom. Do not call witnesses. Do not argue closing statements. Stand at the doorway and say, this memory may exist, but my worth is not on trial here. Then leave the room. Bring attention to your breath, to the bed beneath you, to the person you are now, not only the person you were then. As the body softens into rest, let this truth settle deeply. You do not need to prove value through perfect history. You do not need every past person to recognize your goodness. You do not need to rewrite every awkward moment into dignity. Your worth was never a legal case. It was obscured by pain, not erased by events. It is strengthened now through character, not granted later through old verdicts. So let the gavel fall. Let the files close. Let the judge retire. Let the defendant go free. And let memory become what it was meant to be, a teacher, not a courtroom. And once memory is no longer a courtroom where you defend your worth, another burden often remains quietly in the shadows. It is the anger you carry toward yourself for how you survived. Many people forgive strangers faster than they forgive the version of themselves that was simply trying to make it through. There is a special kind of pain in looking back and saying, I should have known better. I stayed too long. I became someone I don't like. I begged for love. I tolerated disrespect. I lied to keep peace. I shut down. I lashed out. I abandoned myself. These regrets can feel heavy because they involve your own choices. But often those choices were made under fear, loneliness, confusion, trauma, immaturity, exhaustion, or lack of guidance. You judge old survival behavior using wisdom you only gained later. This is why self-forgiveness matters. The Stoics believed human beings act from the level of understanding available to them in the moment. Epictetus taught that when people know better, they can choose better, but until then, many act blindly. This applies not only to others, it applies to you. Many people expect their past self to have possessed today's awareness. They expect calm while overwhelmed, boundaries while unhealed, discernment while naive, courage while terrified, clarity while manipulated, patience while drowning. This is unfair judgment. The version of you in pain did not have your current distance, language, perspective, or maturity. They were inside the storm, not observing it from years later. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to be firm without cruelty. Many people apply firmness outwardly and cruelty inwardly. They demand lessons from themselves with no compassion. But cruelty rarely heals shame. It usually deepens it. The practice of forgiving yourself for surviving in imperfect ways begins by understanding the difference between explanation and excuse. Explanation says, I was wounded, I was young, I was desperate for love, I was repeating what I learned, I was afraid, I lacked tools. Excuse says, therefore nothing matters. Therefore I owe no growth. Therefore I can keep harming. Stoicism rejects excuses but welcomes honest explanation. You can understand why you acted as you did and still commit to becoming better now. Some people survived by pleasing everyone, some by shutting down emotionally, some by becoming controlling, some by using substances, some by choosing unhealthy relationships, some by becoming hyper-independent, some by lying, hiding, fawning, raging, disappearing, overworking, or dissociating. These were not elegant strategies, but many were attempts to reduce pain with the tools available then. You are allowed to dislike the strategy and still forgive the survivor. Another healing truth: survival mode often values immediate relief over long-term wisdom. That is not moral failure. It is what frightened systems do. A drowning person grabs whatever floats. Later, from shore, others may criticize the method, but they were not in the water. Many adults are now on shore still insulting the swimmer. Stoicism invites a better response. Learn from the scramble, then thank the life instinct that kept moving. Ask yourself, what was I trying to protect? What pain was I trying to avoid? What need was I trying to meet badly? What did I not yet know? These questions create compassion without denial. Then ask the next Stoic question. What is required of me now? Perhaps apology, perhaps boundaries, perhaps sobriety, perhaps honesty, perhaps therapy, perhaps new habits, perhaps grieving what old strategies cost. Self-forgiveness is not the end of responsibility. It is the beginning of useful responsibility. Many people stay stuck because guilt feels like virtue. They think punishing themselves proves they care. But endless guilt often becomes self-centered paralysis. Better to care enough to change. Marcus Aurelius would likely favor correction over self-hatred, not "I am terrible." But that was beneath who I wish to be. Let me live differently. This mindset preserves dignity while allowing growth. There is also grief here. You may need to mourn the years lost to survival mode. Relationships damaged, opportunities missed, energy burned, identity blurred. Let that grief be real. But do not turn grief into lifelong sentencing. No one receives extra wisdom from permanent shame. Tonight, picture the younger version of you who made imperfect choices. See their fear, see their confusion, see the loneliness behind some decisions, see the hunger for safety, love, peace, escape, belonging. Then speak inwardly. You did some things poorly. You hurt yourself at times. You may have hurt others too. But you were trying to survive with limited tools. I release hatred toward you. I keep the lessons. I choose better now. This is powerful medicine. Another practical step is replacing identity labels with temporary truths. Instead of "I was pathetic," say "I was hurting." Instead of "I was weak," say "I was overwhelmed." Instead of "I was foolish," say "I was inexperienced." Instead of "I ruined everything," say "I made costly choices and can still rebuild." Language can either imprison or restore. As sleep approaches, let the body feel what mercy tastes like. Shoulders soften, jaw loosens, breath deepens. The nervous system relaxes when the inner attacker grows quiet. You do not need to keep punishing the person who got you here. You need to guide the person who is here now. The past self does not need another beating. They need to be integrated, understood, and retired with gratitude. You survived imperfectly. Almost everyone does. Some hid, some fought, some begged, some numbed, some pretended, some collapsed and rose again. Human survival is often messy, but messiness is not disqualification from peace. So tonight, let the old accusations rest. Let regret become wisdom. Let shame become humility. Let survival become growth. And let forgiveness begin where cruelty has lasted long enough. And once you begin forgiving yourself for surviving in imperfect ways, another deeper truth may rise quietly into view. Sometimes wounds do not remain only because they were severe. Sometimes they remain because over time they gave you a sense of self. This can be difficult to admit. Many people believe they only want healing, and consciously that may be true. But beneath awareness, part of the mind may still cling to the wound because it answers an old question: who am I? Pain can become identity in subtle ways. The one who was betrayed. The one no one chose. The one with trauma. The one who always struggles. The strong one who never healed. The misunderstood one. The damaged one. The survivor. These identities can feel heavy, but they also feel clear. They organize memory. They explain behavior. They create belonging with certain groups. They provide reasons for patterns. They make life make sense. And the mind often prefers painful certainty over unfamiliar freedom. The Stoics understood that attachment is not only to pleasure or possessions. We can become attached to stories, labels, grievances, roles, and suffering itself. Marcus Aurelius constantly stripped false identities away, returning to a simpler question: what is my character now? That question matters because identity based on wounds keeps the wound alive. If being the abandoned one is central to who you are, healing may feel like erasure. If being the anxious one organizes your relationships, calm may feel strange. If being the damaged one explains your hesitation, confidence may feel disorienting. If being the one who was wronged gives moral clarity, letting go may feel like losing ground. This is why some people unconsciously resist recovery, not because they love pain, but because they fear emptiness without it. Epictetus would ask, are you attached to what harms you because you mistake it for yourself? A scar is not the body. A memory is not the soul. A diagnosis is not the entirety of a person. A chapter is not the whole book. A wound may have influenced you deeply, but influence is not identity. Another reason wound identity persists is social reinforcement. Sometimes people receive attention, sympathy, understanding, community, or uniqueness through their suffering story. There is no shame in needing care. But if identity depends entirely on pain, growth can feel threatening. Who am I if I am no longer the broken one? Who am I if I am not constantly recovering? Who am I if peace becomes normal? These are important questions. The answer is not no one. The answer is that you are larger than the wound ever allowed you to see. Stoicism invites you to root identity in virtues rather than injuries. Instead of, I am the betrayed one, perhaps I am someone learning discernment. Instead of, I am the anxious one, perhaps I am someone practicing steadiness. Instead of, I am damaged, perhaps I am resilient and still growing. Instead of, I am the one life hurt, perhaps I am the one choosing character despite pain. This shift is profound because virtues can grow. Wounds only repeat themselves unless transformed. Marcus Aurelius did not define himself by hardship, though he had plenty. He defined himself by how he aimed to meet hardship, with justice, courage, patience, discipline, humility. That is identity no loss can steal. Many people secretly fear that releasing pain dishonors what they endured. But healing does not erase history. It simply changes what leads the story. You can remember the wound without living from it. You can honor survival without staying in survival mode. You can acknowledge trauma without becoming only trauma. You can speak of pain without kneeling to it. A practical exercise tonight is to notice how you introduce yourself inwardly. When life gets hard, what labels appear automatically? I'm always a mess. I'm broken. I'm the one things happen to. I'm too far gone. I'll always be this way. These are identity statements disguised as emotions. Replace them with movement statements. I am learning. I am healing. I am practicing. I am rebuilding. I am changing. I am more than one chapter. Movement identities create possibility. Another helpful question is this: if the wound disappeared tomorrow, what qualities would remain? Your humor, your intelligence, your loyalty, your sensitivity, your creativity, your courage, your tenderness, your discipline, your curiosity, your ability to love. Notice how much of you exists beyond pain. The wound may have occupied the center, but it was never the whole room. There is also grief in leaving wound identity. Strange as it sounds, you may mourn the self you have been for years, the familiar struggler, the guarded one, the perpetual victim, the heroic sufferer. Let that grief be gentle. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding a costume that once protected you. As sleep approaches, picture yourself carrying an old name carved from pain. Set it down. Read it one last time if needed. Thank it for helping you make sense of confusing years. Then leave it beside the road. Walk forward lighter. Say inwardly, what happened to me matters, but it is not my only definition. What hurt me shaped some seasons, but it does not own my essence. I can remember without revolving around it. I can heal without disappearing. I can become someone larger than my wound. As the body softens now, let identity loosen from old suffering. Let breath move through spaces once occupied by labels. Let tomorrow meet a self not built only from scars. Some emotional wounds remain because they gave you a name. Tonight, you are allowed to choose a truer one. And once you begin choosing an identity larger than your wounds, another painful pattern often becomes visible. Many people know who hurt them, yet still wait for those same people to heal what they damaged. They keep standing at empty wells asking for water. There is a deep longing in the human heart to be repaired by the source of injury. A neglected child wants care from the neglectful parent. A betrayed partner wants truth from the dishonest lover. A person mocked wants validation from the mocker. Someone emotionally starved wants tenderness from the one who withheld it. This longing is understandable. It is natural to want the broken place touched by the hand that caused it and finally made right. But many lives become stuck there. The Stoics would ask a hard but freeing question: why expect from an untrained soul what it has not shown the capacity to give? Damaged people often operate from their own unresolved pain, fear, insecurity, selfishness, blindness, or emotional immaturity. This does not excuse harm, but it explains limitation. A person who cannot face themselves usually cannot deeply repair another. Many people keep waiting anyway. If they finally apologize, I'll be whole. If my parent finally sees me, I'll be enough. If they love me properly now, the old years won't matter. If they become gentle, the wound will close. This places healing in the hands of those who may still be unable to hold even their own pain. Epictetus taught that suffering grows when we demand from others what is not within our control. Another person's insight, remorse, growth, emotional capacity, and timing are not yours to command. Your peace tied to their evolution becomes a hostage arrangement. Marcus Aurelius dealt with flawed people constantly. Rather than expecting figs from olive trees, he trained himself to see people as they were. Some were wise, some petty, some fearful, some corrupt. Clear sight reduces unnecessary disappointment. This is not cynicism, it is realism. Some people simply do not have what you keep requesting. The parent may never become emotionally literate. The ex may never tell the truth fully. The sibling may never develop empathy. The friend may never acknowledge jealousy. The person who harmed you may never understand the depth of harm. Waiting forever does not create capacity where capacity is absent. Another reason we expect damaged people to heal us is unfinished childhood hope. Many adults still carry the child's belief. If I try harder, love them better, explain perfectly, perform enough, stay longer, maybe they will finally become what I needed. That child deserves compassion, but adulthood deserves truth. Some doors do not open because no one is home inside. Stoicism invites you to stop bargaining with limitation. This does not mean hatred. It means accurate expectations. You can love someone and recognize they are not a source of healing. You can understand their wounds and still protect yourself. You can release resentment without granting access. You can grieve what they cannot give without spending life begging for it. A powerful shift happens when you stop asking injured people for surgery on your heart. You begin seeking healing from healthier places, wise friendships, therapy, spiritual practice, discipline, supportive community, books that tell the truth, silence, time, your own steady actions, people who can hold responsibility without collapse. Many people ignore available medicine while waiting for impossible medicine. Another hidden trap is confusing reconciliation with healing. Reconnecting with someone may or may not be wise, but healing can occur even without reunion, apology, or closeness. Some people think distance means unresolved pain. Often, distance is the resolution. Marcus Aurelius focused on what was in his command. You can do the same. You may not control whether they awaken. You control whether you keep reopening the wound to check. You may not control whether they regret it. You control whether you build a life beyond it. You may not control whether they become capable. You control whether you keep treating incapacity as potential. There is grief here too. You may need to mourn the parent you never had, the partner they pretended to be, the family dynamic that never matured, the friendship that could not deepen. This grief is cleaner than endless hope. Hope tied to reality can nourish. Hope tied to fantasy can drain decades. Tonight, ask gently, who am I still expecting to become my healer? A mother, a father, an ex, a sibling, a friend, a version of someone that never truly existed. Then ask the Stoic question, what have they consistently shown me? Not promised, not hinted, shown. Patterns are clearer than speeches. Another practice, return misplaced medicine. If you gave them the role of validator, take it back. If you gave them the role of savior, take it back. If you gave them the role of final closure, take it back. If you gave them the role of proving your worth, take it back. These roles belong elsewhere. As sleep approaches, picture yourself standing outside a closed house, knocking with old hope in your hands. Pause. Look around. Notice the night, the exhaustion, the years spent waiting. Then slowly turn away. Walk toward a place with light in the windows, toward people, practices, truths, and habits that can actually nourish. Say inwardly, I release the need for wounded hands to heal what they wounded. I stop expecting depth from those avoiding their own depths. I stop confusing longing with possibility. I choose sources of healing that can truly hold me. Let the chest soften with that honesty. You are not cruel for seeing limits. You are wise for no longer building your recovery around them. Some people can love you, some can teach you, some can apologize, some can change, and some cannot. Peace often begins the day you stop asking the last group to become your healers. And once you stop expecting damaged people to become your healers, another responsibility returns quietly to your hands. You may not control every memory that appears, every feeling that rises, or every scar life left behind, but you do have influence over what you continue feeding in the mind. Many old wounds stay alive not because they are all-powerful, but because they are repeatedly nourished. A painful memory appears, then the mind adds story, then comparison, then self-blame, then imagined revenge, then fear of repetition, then identity. Soon, the original spark becomes a full fire again. This is why the Stoics placed such importance on mental discipline. They knew that first thoughts often arrive uninvited, but second thoughts are where freedom begins. An old wound may knock at the door. You do not have to invite it in for dinner. Epictetus taught that impressions come to us, but we must examine them before agreeing. This means a thought can appear without deserving belief, attention, or extended residence. A memory says, "You were humiliated." You can answer, "That happened, but it is not happening now." A fear says, "It will happen again." You can answer, "That is prediction, not fact." A shame voice says, "You are still the same person." You can answer, "I am older than that chapter." This is not denial, it is wise filtering. Many people assume healing means never having painful thoughts again, but often healing means becoming less obedient to them. The mind may still produce old material. Habit and memory are persistent. Freedom is not zero thoughts. Freedom is no longer feeding every thought. Marcus Aurelius constantly redirected attention. He did not let the mind wander wherever impulse wished. He brought it back to what was useful, present, and honorable. That is discipline, not harshness, but guidance. Think of thoughts like stray animals approaching your garden. Some are harmless visitors. Some destroy what you are growing. If you keep leaving food outside for destructive ones, they return stronger. What is food for old wounds? Replaying scenes repeatedly. Checking the social media of those who hurt you. Retelling the same injury without movement. Comparing yourself to those who moved on. Imagining speeches you will never give. Searching for proof you are unworthy. Using loneliness to confirm old stories. Calling yourself names internally. Each habit feeds pain. The Stoic discipline is to notice nourishment patterns and interrupt them. This does not mean suppressing all difficult emotion. If grief needs tears, let tears come. If anger reveals a boundary issue, learn from it. If sadness points to loneliness, respond with care. But do not confuse feeling honestly with feeding endlessly. There is a difference between tending a wound and scratching it. Many people scratch mentally all day. Another practice is shortening the distance between trigger and awareness. The moment you feel the chest tighten, jaw clench, stomach drop, or mind race, ask, "What thought did I just feed?" Perhaps, "I'll always be abandoned." "I'm behind." "They won." "I ruined everything." "No one truly chooses me." Once named, the spell weakens. Then choose a cleaner thought, not fake positivity, truthful steadiness. "I feel triggered because this reminds me of old pain. My worth is not being measured in this moment." One person's actions are not all people. "I can be hurt before and still safe now. I do not need to continue this chain." These thoughts nourish healing instead. The Stoics also valued attention as a sacred resource. Where attention goes, life energy follows. If you give your best attention daily to old injuries, your present life starves. Relationships, goals, beauty, health, and peace receive leftovers. Ask yourself honestly, what is my mind being fed most often? Resentment, regret, fear, comparison, or wisdom, gratitude, courage, useful action? No garden grows well on poison. Another overlooked form of feeding wounds is environment. Music that keeps you angry, conversations that glorify victimhood, content that inflames insecurity, people who keep dragging you backward, late-night scrolling that deepens loneliness. Stoicism is practical. Protect inputs. Discipline is easier when the gate is guarded. Marcus Aurelius would likely remind you that the mind becomes shaped by what it repeatedly contemplates. Choose carefully what lives there. Tonight, if an old wound stirs, do not panic. Wounds often call out when they are losing power. Habit protests change. Simply respond differently. Breathe once. Name the thought. Decline to feed it. Redirect gently. Feel the pillow. Notice the room. Count the breath. Return to a sentence of truth. I have visited this enough. I owe the past no midnight meal. I choose recovery over repetition. This is how neural paths weaken, not in one dramatic night, but through many quiet refusals. There is also compassion required. Some thoughts were fed for years because they once felt protective. They kept you alert. They explained pain. They prevented false hope. Thank them for trying to help, then retire them. You are not betraying yourself by thinking differently. You are maturing. As sleep approaches, picture yourself clearing a table once crowded with thoughts that reopen wounds. Remove resentment. Remove self-attack. Remove old comparisons. Remove revenge fantasies. Remove catastrophic predictions. Leave only what nourishes: perspective, mercy, boundaries, gratitude, courage, rest. Let the mind learn a new diet. You cannot always stop the first painful thought from arriving, but you can stop feeding it until it grows teeth again. That is Stoic discipline. Quiet, consistent, life-changing discipline. And with time, the wounds that once reopened easily begin to close in peace. And once you stop feeding thoughts that reopen old wounds, another source of suffering becomes easier to recognize. Many people are no longer being hurt by the past itself. They are being hurt by the constant demand that the past should have been different. This demand often sounds reasonable. It should not have happened. They should have loved me better. I should have known more. That year should not have been wasted. I should have chosen differently. My life should have started sooner. At first, these thoughts feel like justice. They feel like intelligence. They feel like moral clarity. But often they are only chains made of the word should. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that pain deepens when the mind keeps arguing with what cannot be edited. Reality may have been unfair. Choices may have been harmful. Opportunities may have been missed. Yet demanding a different past from an unchangeable world creates endless friction. Peace begins when you stop demanding a different past. This does not mean saying the past was good. It does not mean praising betrayal. It does not mean celebrating neglect. It does not mean pretending mistakes did not cost you. It means recognizing one sober truth. No amount of protest changes what has already occurred. Epictetus taught that suffering grows when we try to control what is not ours. The past is perhaps the clearest example. It is beyond reach. Yet many people spend emotional energy trying to negotiate with it daily. They replay conversations to rewrite them. They fantasize about warnings they wish they had seen. They imagine alternate lives with one different decision. They compare themselves to versions of themselves that never existed. They ask memory to produce a better script. Memory cannot do this. Marcus Aurelius often returned himself to the present moment because he knew life can only be shaped where it is still alive. Yesterday may instruct, but only today can act. Many people live as if inner peace will arrive after they mentally solve history. But history is not a puzzle to solve perfectly. It is a road already traveled. Some lessons can be gathered, some losses must be mourned, some truths must simply be accepted. Another hidden problem with demanding a different past is that it insults the present. While the mind argues with what is dead, what is living gets neglected. Current relationships receive less warmth. Health receives less attention. Opportunities receive less courage. Joy receives suspicion. The body receives more stress. The future receives delay. This is how yesterday steals tomorrow. There is also self-cruelty in this habit. I should have known better. Maybe. But did you have today's wisdom then? I should have left sooner. Maybe. But did fear, conditioning, finances, loneliness, trauma, or hope complicate things? I should have started years ago. Maybe. But you are starting now. Stoicism does not erase responsibility. It places responsibility where it can still help. The present. You cannot become wiser in 2017. You can become wiser tonight. You cannot leave an old relationship now. You can learn boundaries now. You cannot reclaim every lost year. You can stop wasting the current one. This is liberating. Many people think letting go of a different past means lowering standards. In truth, it means ending fantasy. Standards belong to present choices, not retroactive wars. You can say, what happened was wrong. What happened cost me. What happened shaped me. And it still happened. Those sentences carry dignity without delusion. Another practice is replacing "why did it happen" with "what is needed now." If childhood lacked safety, perhaps healing is needed now. If trust was broken, discernment is needed now. If years were wasted, disciplined action is needed now. If grief remains, tenderness is needed now. If shame lingers, truth is needed now. The Stoic mind does not kneel before irreversible facts. It learns, then moves. Marcus Aurelius might ask, why be angry that a fig tree produces figs? In modern terms, why expect life never to include loss, mistakes, unfairness, ignorance, endings, and human flaws? These are painful, yes, but they are also part of the human landscape. Knowing this does not remove sorrow. It removes surprise and resistance. There is grief hidden inside acceptance. You may need to mourn the better childhood, wiser choices, cleaner endings, healthier love, smoother path, or earlier start you never got. Grieve that honestly. But after grief, release the demand. No one heals by insisting reality become imagination. Tonight, ask yourself gently, what different past am I still demanding? A parent who knew how to love, a version of you who never made mistakes, a relationship that stayed honest, a decade without fear, a life path without delay. Name it. Then place both hands on the heart if it helps and say, I wish it had been different, and it was not. I release the war with what cannot change. I keep the lesson. I keep the future. This is powerful because it honors longing without becoming enslaved to it. As sleep approaches, let the body feel the relief of no longer carrying impossible assignments. You do not need to fix history before resting. You do not need to win arguments with time. You do not need to earn peace by solving the unsolvable. You need only meet this moment honestly. Breathe slowly. Feel the bed beneath you. Notice that life is still here. Notice that choices still exist. Notice that peace has always lived closer to acceptance than control. The past may never become what you wanted, but your relationship to it can change tonight. And often, that is where peace first enters. And once you stop demanding a different past, another challenge often appears. Many people know bitterness is poisoning them, yet they fear releasing it because they think letting go means minimizing what happened. They believe if they soften, they are saying the wound was small. So they keep bitterness as proof that it mattered, proof that it hurt, proof that they were wronged, proof that they are not foolish for remembering. This is understandable, but bitterness is a costly witness. It testifies loudly while slowly damaging the one who keeps it. The Stoic path offers something rarer. Remove bitterness without pretending the pain was small. This means you do not need to rewrite the injury into something harmless in order to heal. You do not need to say, "It was nothing." You do not need to call betrayal a blessing. You do not need to deny grief, humiliation, neglect, abuse, or loss. You can tell the truth fully and still release poison. Marcus Aurelius dealt with difficult people, injustice, betrayal, and disappointment often. Yet he trained himself not to let other people's flaws become his inner climate. He knew their actions could wound circumstances, but bitterness would wound character if allowed to stay. Bitterness usually begins as pain mixed with helpless anger. Something happened. It mattered. It felt unfair. Perhaps there was no apology, no repair, no justice, no understanding. So the mind hardens around the wound and says, "I will not forget this." At first, that hardness can feel protective. It feels like armor. But over time, armor worn constantly becomes a prison. Bitterness changes how you see everyone. It makes trust harder, joy suspicious, love risky, kindness naive, success irritating, rest difficult. It turns one injury into a lens for all life. Epictetus would ask, why let another person's wrong continue ruling your inner state years later? Their action happened once. Your bitterness repeats it internally many times. This does not mean anger is wrong. Anger can reveal violated values. It can energize boundaries. It can awaken self-respect. But anger that serves no present purpose often ferments into bitterness. The Stoic discipline is to use the signal, then release the residue. First, name the pain honestly. What happened? Who harmed you? What was lost? What was unfair? What did it cost? Be precise. Truth reduces distortion. Many people stay bitter because they were never fully honest about the wound. They rushed forgiveness, minimized abuse, or pretended strength. Hidden pain becomes hardened pain. Second, distinguish pain from identity. You were hurt. You are not only the hurt one, you were betrayed. You are not forever the betrayed one. You lost something. You are not permanently loss itself. When identity fuses with pain, bitterness becomes harder to release because it feels like releasing yourself. Third, grieve what bitterness has been protecting. Sometimes it protects the need to be seen. Sometimes it protects sadness. Sometimes it protects the child who never got justice. Sometimes it protects fear of being vulnerable again. Cry if needed. Write if needed. Speak if needed. What is grieved can soften. What is hidden often hardens. Fourth, remove fantasy punishments. Many people stay bitter because they believe inner resentment punishes the offender. Usually it does not. Some people moved on long ago. Some are unaware. Some lack conscience. Meanwhile, your body carries tension, stress, and emotional narrowing. Bitterness is often self-administered revenge. Marcus Aurelius chose a different victory, remaining decent despite indecency around him. That is real power. Another key truth: releasing bitterness does not require reconciliation. You can forgive internally and keep distance. You can let go and still say no. You can heal and never invite them back. You can wish no harm and still protect your life. Many people confuse softness with access. They are different things. Another practice is replacing bitterness with clean boundaries. Bitterness says, "I hate what happened." Boundary says, "It will not happen here again." Bitterness says, "I replay them constantly." Boundary says, "They no longer get my energy." Bitterness says, "I hope they suffer." Boundary says, "I am building better." One drains, one restores. There is also wisdom in accepting human limitation. Some people harmed you because they were selfish, blind, immature, addicted, wounded, arrogant, cowardly, or emotionally undeveloped. Understanding this does not excuse behavior. It simply prevents mystifying it. You stop asking, "How could they?" and begin seeing, "Because that was their level." Clarity often cools bitterness. Tonight, ask gently, what pain am I afraid to dishonor by letting go? Perhaps a betrayal, perhaps lost years, perhaps family wounds, perhaps public humiliation, perhaps being unseen. Then say inwardly, "It was real, it was painful, it mattered, and I do not need bitterness to prove any of that." Feel the relief in those words. As sleep approaches, picture bitterness as a cup you have carried for years. Heavy, bitter indeed, familiar, proof-filled, exhausting. Set it down. You do not need to drink from it again tonight. Keep the lesson, keep the standards, keep the memory if needed, but leave the poison. Let the jaw unclench. Let the chest loosen. Let warmth return where hardness lived too long. You are not betraying your pain by becoming peaceful. You are honoring it by refusing to let it spread further. The wound was not small, and because it was real, healing deserves to be real too. And once bitterness begins to loosen its grip, another person quietly waits for healing. Not someone outside you, not someone from the past who failed you. The person waiting is the younger version of you, the one many adults still punish long after the hard years ended. There is a painful habit many carry without noticing. They look back at their younger self with contempt. Why was I so naive? Why did I stay so long? Why did I beg for love? Why was I so weak? Why didn't I speak up? Why did I waste those years? These questions may sound honest, but often they are accusations wearing the clothes of reflection. The rare practice is seeing your younger self with compassion, not judgment. The Stoics believed wisdom requires accurate perception, and it is inaccurate to judge an earlier version of yourself as if they possessed the tools, healing, knowledge, confidence, resources, and perspective you have now. Your younger self often acted with less information, less support, less emotional regulation, less life experience, less language for what was happening, less power, sometimes less safety. To judge them by today's standards is like blaming a child for not knowing what adulthood learned later. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to understand human limitation, including his own. He knew growth happens through stages. We are not born complete. We become wiser through mistakes, pain, observation, humility, and time. Yet many people deny themselves that same human process. They expect the 20-year-old to have the discernment of 40, the frightened teenager to have the boundaries of a healed adult, the lonely version of themselves to choose perfectly under emotional hunger, the traumatized version to behave calmly under stress. This is not wisdom. It is cruelty disguised as hindsight. Another truth: your younger self was often doing the best they knew how with the nervous system, conditioning, and examples they had. If they chased unhealthy love, perhaps they were starving for connection. If they stayed too long, perhaps hope was stronger than self-worth then. If they exploded emotionally, perhaps no one taught regulation. If they became silent, perhaps silence once kept them safe. If they delayed dreams, perhaps fear and shame were louder than courage at the time. These are explanations, not excuses. They create understanding which is necessary for healing. Epictetus taught that people act according to what seems right or necessary to them in the moment. Your younger self did too. They may have been mistaken, but they were not evil. They were often confused, scared, or underdeveloped. Compassion begins when you stop calling survival immorality. Many people also forget what their younger self endured. They remember the mistakes. They forget the loneliness. They remember the bad choices. They forget the pressure. They remember the weakness. They forget the wounds. They remember what embarrassed them. They forget what overwhelmed them. This selective memory fuels shame. The Stoic remedy is fuller truth. Tell the whole story, not only the parts that make you look foolish. Yes, you stayed too long, and you were trying to be loved. Yes, you trusted the wrong person, and you had not yet learned discernment. Yes, you wasted time. And you were carrying pain you did not know how to process. Yes, you failed, and you were still learning how to stand. This balanced view restores dignity. Another rare practice is gratitude toward your younger self. This may feel strange at first, but consider what that version of you survived. They endured confusion you now understand. They tolerated pain long enough for you to grow wiser. They made mistakes that taught lessons you now use. They kept going when they did not yet know how life would turn out. They carried burdens so the present you could have more awareness. That version of you deserves more than ridicule. They deserve thanks. Marcus Aurelius valued progress over perfection. You can apply that here. Your younger self was not required to be flawless. They were required only to keep becoming. And they did. They became you. Another healing exercise is to picture your younger self standing before you now, not as a concept, as a real person. See their face, their confusion, their hope, their insecurity, their desire to be chosen, their exhaustion, their innocence in some areas, their blindness in others. Then ask, would I speak to any young person in that condition the way I speak to myself? Usually the honest answer is no, so speak differently. Say inwardly, you did not know what I know now. You were trying with limited tools. You made mistakes, but you were not a mistake. You deserved guidance more than condemnation. You deserved love more than shame. I release my anger toward you. I keep the lessons. This softens old inner violence. There is also practical wisdom here. When you stop hating your younger self, you stop repeating some of their patterns. Shame often recreates what it condemns. Compassion creates space for change. A person who is constantly self-attacked seeks escape. A person who feels understood can grow. Tonight, before sleep, place one hand over the heart and one over the stomach if it helps. Let the breath slow. Picture the younger you sitting nearby. No speeches needed, just presence. Then say, I see how hard it was for you. I see what you lacked. I see how much you wanted love, safety, and peace. I see the ways you stumbled. I also see the ways you survived. You are forgiven. You are included in me. You are not my embarrassment. You are part of my becoming. As the body softens now, let years of judgment melt into gentleness. Let old memories lose their sharp edges. Let the inner child, teenager or younger adult, no longer stand trial. They were learning. They were hurting. They were human. And because of them, you are here tonight, wiser, softer, stronger, and finally ready to meet them with compassion. And once you begin meeting your younger self with compassion, another subtle trap often appears on the path of healing. Many people think Constant explanation is the same as recovery. They believe if they describe the pain enough, analyze it enough, justify it enough, then freedom will finally arrive. Sometimes it does not. Sometimes over-explaining your pain can keep you trapped inside it. There is a healthy kind of speaking, honest sharing, naming wounds, telling the truth, asking for support, processing experiences with trusted people. This can be deeply healing. Silence has harmed many people, and wise expression can restore dignity. But there is another kind of speaking that only looks like healing. Repeating the same story with no new insight. Defending your pain to people who never cared. Explaining your wounds to gain permission to feel them. Retelling the injury to prove it mattered. Rehearsing every detail so you do not have to feel what remains underneath. This is where explanation becomes a cage. The Stoics valued clarity, but they did not worship endless narration. Marcus Aurelius wrote to understand himself, not to keep himself emotionally circling the same ground forever. Reflection was meant to free the mind, not chain it to repetition. Many people confuse movement with motion. They talk constantly about what happened. They label every layer of the trauma. They revisit every conversation. They analyze every motive. They tell the story to new people again and again. Yet inwardly, nothing changes. Why? Because explanation can become avoidance. It can avoid grief. It can avoid action. It can avoid boundaries. It can avoid letting go. It can avoid accepting that some questions will never be answered. It can avoid stepping into a new identity beyond the wound. Epictetus taught that philosophy should change how you live, not merely how you speak. In modern terms, insight that never becomes action often turns stale. You may know exactly why you struggle. You may understand every family pattern. You may have language for every trigger. You may be able to explain your pain beautifully. But if you still abandon yourself, repeat patterns, refuse boundaries, or live inside old narratives, explanation alone has not completed the work. Another hidden reason over-explaining traps people is identity reinforcement. Every retelling can strengthen the role of the wounded one. The more often a story becomes your main introduction inwardly or outwardly, the harder it can feel to imagine yourself beyond it. This does not mean never speaking of pain. It means asking, does this expression release me or re-enclose me? That question matters. Some conversations leave you lighter. Some leave you emotionally swollen. Some writing sessions reveal truth. Some only reopen scenes. Some listeners hold space. Some merely make you perform your suffering. Discern the difference. Marcus Aurelius often reduced experiences to their essence. Not to minimize them, but to remove unnecessary drama added by the mind. You can practice the same. Instead of telling the entire story again, name the core truth. I was hurt by betrayal. I lacked safety growing up. I fear rejection. I grieve lost years. I struggle to trust. Simple truth often reaches deeper than elaborate narrative. Then ask the Stoic question, what is required now? Not what happened then. Now. If trust is damaged, perhaps wise relationships and boundaries are required. If grief remains, perhaps tears and tenderness are required. If shame lingers, perhaps self-respect and corrective action are required. If fear dominates, perhaps courage in small steps is required. This turns explanation into direction. Another sign of over-explaining is trying to convince people who refuse to understand. Some spend years describing pain to those who caused it, hoping perfect words will awaken empathy. Often this fails. Some people do not misunderstand because your explanation lacked precision. They misunderstand because accountability threatens them. You do not need a flawless speech to deserve healing. You do not need every listener to validate what happened. Truth does not require unanimous applause. There is also nervous system wisdom here. Repeatedly recounting trauma without grounding can reactivate the body. Heart races, chest tightens, sleep worsens, mood drops. This is why healing conversations need containment, safety, pacing, and purpose. Not endless excavation. The Stoic discipline is to know when enough understanding has been reached for now. At some point, the next medicine is not more explanation. It is practice. Practice of new boundaries. Practice of receiving care. Practice of tolerating calm. Practice of disciplined mornings. Practice of trusting discernment. Practice of saying no. Practice of resting. Practice of becoming someone the old story did not predict. Tonight, ask yourself gently, where has talking about pain become easier than healing pain? Perhaps with friends, perhaps online, perhaps privately in your own mind, perhaps in journals full of repetition but little direction. Then choose one shift. Speak less detail, more truth. Analyze less motive, more pattern. Retell less history, take more present action. Defend less, validate yourself more. As sleep approaches, let the mind set down the microphone. You do not need another midnight presentation about why you hurt. You do not need to rehearse your suffering to prove it exists. The pain was real. The story is known. Now life asks a new question. What will you build from here? Breathe slowly. Let silence do some healing words cannot. Let the body rest from explanation. Let the heart move from narrative into renewal. Sometimes freedom begins the moment you stop describing the prison and start walking out of it. And once you stop over-explaining your pain, another illusion often begins to show itself. Many people believe that whatever feels deepest must be truest. If sadness feels familiar, they assume it must be honest. If heaviness feels normal, they assume it must describe reality. But feelings can be familiar without being accurate. This is why you must learn how to stop mistaking familiar sadness for emotional truth. There is a sadness some people know so well that it feels like home. They wake with it, carry it quietly through the day, return to it at night. It may have begun in childhood loneliness, years of disappointment, repeated rejection, chronic stress, heartbreak, or long seasons of self-neglect. Over time, the nervous system adapts. The mind builds stories around it. Identity forms near it. Then sadness starts feeling like who I am. When joy appears, it feels suspicious. When peace arrives, it feels temporary. When hope rises, it feels naive. When calm enters, it feels empty. So the person returns to sadness because sadness feels real. The Stoics understood that familiarity and truth are not the same thing. We often accept repeated impressions as reality simply because they have visited many times. But repetition can create habit, not wisdom. Epictetus taught that impressions come strongly but must be examined. A feeling may arrive with force and still deserve questioning. Sadness says, nothing will change. But is that fact, or a mood speaking from history? Sadness says, you always end up here. Is that truth, or a pattern your mind knows well? Sadness says, this is just who you are. Is that identity or fatigue wearing a voice? Many people never ask these questions. They feel low, then assume life itself is low. Marcus Aurelius often separated what was happening outside him from what the mind was declaring about it. You can do the same. There is a difference between I feel sad today and my life is hopeless. One is a passing state. The other is a sweeping conclusion. Familiar sadness often grows roots through repetition. You think the same thoughts, keep the same environment, replay the same wounds, sleep poorly, move little, isolate often, consume things that deepen heaviness. Then sadness returns and says, "See, I told you." But much of what returned was being maintained. This is not blame, it is empowering truth. Another reason familiar sadness feels like truth is because it matches old emotional maps. If chaos was normal, peace feels foreign. If criticism was common, self-kindness feels fake. If loneliness was constant, connection can feel undeserved. The body may trust what hurts simply because it knows it. This is why healing can feel uncomfortable at first. Not because it is wrong, but because it is new. Stoicism teaches discipline over instinct when instinct has been shaped by unhealthy repetition. If your habits lead you to heaviness, wisdom may ask you to choose against immediate emotional gravity. That may mean getting sunlight when you want to hide, calling someone when you want to isolate, walking when you want to freeze, praying when you want to spiral, creating structure when you want to drift, speaking gently inwardly when sadness wants self-attack. These acts can feel unnatural precisely because they interrupt familiar sadness. Another practice is learning emotional weather language. Instead of saying everything is dark, say a dark mood is passing through. Instead of I am broken again, say old heaviness is visiting. Instead of nothing matters, say my system feels depleted right now. This matters because moods often speak in absolutes. Wisdom translates them into temporary conditions. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the mind can color events. You can ask, what color am I seeing through right now? If exhaustion, grief, hormones, loneliness, stress, hunger, or lack of sleep are present, your conclusions may need caution. Do not make permanent decisions inside temporary weather. There is also grief hidden beneath familiar sadness. Some sadness persists because tears were postponed, anger swallowed, needs ignored, losses unnamed. In those cases, the answer is not to romanticize sadness as truth. It is to meet the unfinished pain beneath it. Cry if needed. Journal honestly. Seek support. Name the loss. Feel what was buried. When deeper pain is processed, background sadness often lightens. Tonight, ask yourself gently, what sadness feels true simply because it is familiar? The belief that you are behind, that love is unsafe, that you always lose, that life is against you, that peace never lasts? Then ask a second question. What evidence today challenges that story? Perhaps someone cares. Perhaps progress exists. Perhaps you have survived more than you admit. Perhaps new chances are real. Perhaps calm has visited before. Perhaps your future is unwritten. This is Stoic balance. Neither fake optimism nor loyal pessimism, just clear sight. As sleep approaches, let sadness be allowed without being crowned king. You do not need to argue with every low feeling, but you also do not need to obey it. Place one hand on the chest if it helps and say, this feeling is familiar. That does not make it final. This mood is strong. That does not make it true. I can feel sadness without becoming its worldview. Then breathe slowly. Let the room remind you of the present. Let the bed remind you of support. Let the body rest from carrying old atmospheres as identity. Sometimes what feels most true is only what has been repeated most often. And sometimes emotional freedom begins the day you stop calling familiar sadness wisdom. And once you stop mistaking familiar sadness for emotional truth, another challenge often comes into focus. Many people know the past hurt them, yet the past still seems to command the present. Trauma does this. It can make old danger feel current, old helplessness feel active, and old pain feel stronger than the moment in front of you. This is why the Stoics place so much value on the present. The Stoic method of reducing trauma's power through present moment obedience begins with one simple understanding. Trauma often pulls attention backward or forward, while healing restores attention to what is here now. Trauma says, watch for what happened before. Prepare for what may happen again. Stay alert. Do not relax. Something bad is coming. These messages can become automatic. The body tightens before the mind has even spoken. A sound, silence, tone of voice, memory, or feeling can activate old alarms. The Stoics would not shame this reaction. They would train response. Epictetus taught that while events may come uninvited, our task is to choose how we relate to what appears. In modern language, a trigger may arrive, but you are not required to follow it into yesterday. This is where present moment obedience becomes powerful. Obedience here does not mean submission to fear. It means loyalty to reality as it exists now. What is actually true in this moment, not what once was true, not what might become true. Now, right now, am I in danger or remembering danger? Right now, is this person the past person or simply someone who resembles them? Right now, is silence abandonment or just silence? Right now, is my body activated while the room is safe? These questions interrupt trauma's authority. Marcus Aurelius constantly returned himself to immediate duties. The cup in front of him, the task at hand, the next honorable action. He knew scattered minds suffer more. The present gives structure when old chaos returns. Many people try to heal trauma through thought alone. They debate memories, analyze patterns, explain childhood, and study every trigger. Insight can help, but often trauma weakens most when the body repeatedly experiences present safety. That means obeying what is real now, the floor beneath your feet, the breath entering and leaving, the chair supporting you, the fact that no one is yelling, the fact that the door is closed, the fact that this room is not that room, the fact that today is not then. These are simple truths, but they retrain deep systems. Another Stoic principle is controlling what is yours. Trauma often convinces people they are powerless. Present moment obedience restores small powers immediately available. Slow the breath. Relax the jaw. Unclench the hands. Name 5 objects you can see. Take one step outside. Drink water. Text a trusted person. Leave the room. Speak one boundary. Pause before reacting. These actions may seem small, but helplessness weakens when action returns. Many wounds stay strong because the person keeps obeying trauma instead of reality. Trauma says, isolate. Reality may say connection is available. Trauma says hide. Reality may say opportunity is here. Trauma says panic. Reality may say discomfort is present, not danger. Trauma says submit. Reality may say you are grown now and can choose. The Stoic path is to respectfully hear the old alarm, then follow truth instead. This takes repetition, one present moment at a time. Another important practice is shortening time horizons. Trauma can make the future feel threatening and the past feel endless. Stoicism narrows life to manageable units. What is required in the next hour? What is needed in the next breath? What is my duty in the next step? This reduces overwhelm. You do not need to heal your whole life tonight. You need only meet this moment clearly. Marcus Aurelius might remind himself, do not be troubled by the whole of life at once. The same wisdom applies here. Trauma often hands you the whole storm. Present obedience asks only for one truthful movement now. There is also mercy needed. Some people become ashamed when triggers still happen, but activation is not failure. It is learned protection showing up late. Thank it for trying, then guide it gently. Say inwardly, I know why you are alarmed, but we are here now. I know you learned fear, but I am learning steadiness. I know you want control, but I choose truth. This self-leadership is deeply healing. Tonight, if old fear rises, do not wrestle the entire past. Return to what is concrete. Feel the mattress. Count 10 slow exhales. Notice the temperature of the room. Listen for ordinary sounds. Name today's date. Remind yourself of your current age. These anchors tell the nervous system that time has moved. Then choose one obedient act toward reality. Rest. Breathe. Stay present. Do not chase old images. Do not rehearse future catastrophe. Stay with what is actually happening. As sleep approaches, let the body learn that now can be trusted more than memory. Let the mind stop kneeling to alarms that no longer fit the landscape. Trauma may still speak, but it does not have to command. The present can become stronger than the past through many small acts of obedience to truth. And over time, what once ruled you becomes something you can witness without following. And once you begin reducing trauma's power by obeying the present, another obstacle often reveals itself quietly. Many people are no longer trapped only by the original wound. They are trapped by the endless negotiations they continue having with old fear. Fear rarely arrives saying, I want to control your life. It speaks more softly. Wait a little longer. Think about it more. Stay where it is familiar. Do not trust yet. Do not speak yet. Prepare more. Maybe next month. Just avoid this one thing. This is how old fear keeps authority, through bargaining. Healing requires you to stop negotiating with old fear. Many people think fear must disappear before they act, so they wait for confidence, certainty, perfect timing, total readiness, emotional calm. But fear loves this arrangement because these conditions often never arrive fully. The waiting itself becomes its victory. The Stoics understood that courage is not the absence of fear, it is right action despite fear. Marcus Aurelius did not wait to feel no discomfort before meeting duties. He moved with discomfort present. That is a powerful model. Old fear often comes from younger seasons of life. Fear of rejection, fear of conflict, fear of failure, fear of being seen, fear of abandonment, fear of making mistakes, fear of success and the responsibility it brings. These fears may have once had reasons. Perhaps rejection hurt deeply, perhaps conflict meant chaos, perhaps visibility brought ridicule, perhaps mistakes were punished harshly. But what once explained fear does not automatically justify obeying it forever. Epictetus taught that many things frighten us because of the judgments we attach to them. Speaking up becomes danger. Starting again becomes humiliation. Boundaries become loss. Growth becomes risk. Then fear negotiates to keep you small. It says, if you stay silent, you stay safe. If you never try, you never fail. If you keep everyone happy, no one leaves. If you hide, no one judges. But these deals are expensive. Silence costs authenticity. Avoidance costs growth. People-pleasing costs self-respect. Hiding costs purpose. Fear offers short-term comfort in exchange for long-term life. This is why healing requires ending the contract. Another way fear negotiates is through endless analysis. It disguises itself as wisdom. What if this goes wrong? What if I choose badly? What if they reject me? What if I fail publicly? What if I cannot handle the consequences? Some planning is wise. Endless rehearsal often is not planning, it is fear trying to delay movement. Marcus Aurelius frequently returned to simple action. Do what is in front of you, do what is just, do what is necessary. Do not let imagined futures govern present duties. That discipline matters because fear grows in abstraction and shrinks in action. A person afraid of the gym often feels better after entering. A person afraid of the conversation often feels relief after beginning. A person afraid of starting often gains clarity after the first step. Movement teaches what thinking alone cannot. There is also a hidden ego in fear. Sometimes we negotiate because we want guarantees no human gets. Guarantee of success, guarantee of being loved, guarantee of no embarrassment, guarantee of no pain, guarantee of control. Stoicism removes these fantasies. You control effort, character, preparation, honesty, response, not outcomes. When you accept this, fear loses bargaining chips. You no longer need certainty to proceed. You need only willingness. Another practice is recognizing fear's recycled language. Old fear repeats itself across new situations. It told you not to try then. It tells you not to try now. It told you you were not ready then. It says the same now. It told you to wait then. It still says wait. Same voice, different setting. Once recognized, its authority weakens. Ask yourself, is this fresh wisdom or recycled fear? That single question can save years. Healing also requires tolerating discomfort without interpreting it as danger. Many people feel anxiety and assume stop, but anxiety often means stretch, not stop. Fast heartbeat before growth, shaky hands before honesty, nerves before visibility, uncertainty before new chapters. The body may react strongly while the action is still right. The Stoics would say, do not worship sensations. Notice them, then choose by principle. Tonight, consider one area where fear keeps negotiating with you. A boundary you delay, a dream you postpone, a conversation you avoid, a habit you keep meaning to change, a truth you keep swallowing. Now imagine fear speaking. Later, not yet. What if? Then answer calmly. Thank you for trying to protect me, but you are not leading this decision. I choose by values now. This is mature self-command, not aggression toward fear, leadership over fear. Another practical method is micro-courage. Do not demand heroic leaps. Send the message, take the walk, say one honest sentence, apply once, decline once, show up once. Small acts retrain the nervous system faster than giant fantasies. As sleep approaches, let the mind release every contract signed with fear. The contract that said safety means shrinking. The contract that said delay means wisdom. The contract that said comfort equals peace. The contract that said pain must never be risked again. Tear them gently, breathe deeply, feel the body soften. You are not required to eliminate fear before healing. You are required to stop asking fear for permission. Old fear may still speak. Let it speak, then move anyway. That is how healing begins to outrun the past. And once you stop negotiating with old fear, another burden often becomes visible. Many people are still exhausted not because life is only hard now, but because they are carrying balances that were never theirs to keep. They are carrying emotional debt from people who borrowed love, trust, time, energy and loyalty, and never paid it back. There is a pain that feels different from grief. It feels like being owed. You gave honesty and received lies. You gave patience and received neglect. You gave loyalty and received betrayal. You gave effort and received indifference. You gave understanding and received blame. You gave years and received confusion. This can leave the heart saying, I am still owed something. Owed an apology, owed explanation, owed gratitude, owed justice, owed closure, owed reciprocity. And while that feeling is understandable, many people spend years carrying emotional debt from those who never intended to settle accounts. The Stoics would ask a difficult but freeing question: why keep your peace tied to bankrupt people? Some people do not repay because they cannot. Some because they will not. Some because they lack conscience. Some because they avoid accountability. Some because they never valued what you gave in the first place. Whatever the reason, waiting for payment can become its own prison. Marcus Aurelius lived among selfish, manipulative, dishonest, and short-sighted people. Yet he trained himself not to let the failures of others determine his inner balance. He knew that expecting figs from stones only deepens frustration. Many people keep mental ledgers. How could they do that after all I did? I gave them everything. They owe me an apology. They owe me the truth. They owe me the years back. These thoughts are human, but repeated endlessly, they keep you spiritually connected to those who already withdrew. The account stays open. Your nervous system stays engaged. Your identity stays tied to the transaction. Your future waits on old invoices. Epictetus taught that suffering grows when we depend on what is not ours. Another person's repayment is not yours to command. Your response is. This does not mean what happened was fair. It means fairness delayed cannot be allowed to own your life. There is also a subtle pride hidden in emotional debt. Sometimes we believe if we suffered enough, life must balance the scales in the exact way we imagine. But life does not always issue visible refunds. Some people never apologize, some never understand, some prosper outwardly, some disappear. Some repeat patterns elsewhere. Stoicism teaches realism without surrendering dignity. You may not receive repayment in the form you wanted, but you can still stop paying interest. What is interest? Replaying resentment daily, comparing your pain to their comfort, stalking their life from a distance, using old betrayal to distrust new people, measuring current joy against past unfairness, letting one person's unpaid debt shape all future giving. That is interest, and it is expensive. Another important truth: not all debts are collectible. You cannot get wisdom from the foolish by force. You cannot extract empathy from the numb. You cannot recover years by staring backward. You cannot squeeze maturity from someone committed to avoidance. Some accounts must be written off for your own freedom. Businesses do this. They close bad debts to keep functioning. Many souls need the same discipline. Writing off a debt does not mean saying it was acceptable. It means saying, this account no longer controls my books. Marcus Aurelius might ask, what remains in your power now? You cannot reclaim every lost ounce of energy, but you can invest today's energy better. You cannot force gratitude, but you can stop giving where contempt lives. You cannot recover time directly, but you can honor remaining time fiercely. You cannot make them truthful, but you can become clear. This is how losses become redirected rather than worshipped. Another healing practice is to convert emotional debt into tuition. You paid something, painfully perhaps. What did it teach? Standards, discernment, boundaries, self-respect, red flags, the cost of self-abandonment, the value of reciprocity. If you must have paid, leave with education. That turns waste into wisdom. There is also grief here. Sometimes what hurts most is not the person, but the investment that died, the love you gave, the hope you held, the years you offered. Mourn that honestly. But do not confuse mourning investment with needing the debtor forever. Tonight, ask gently, whose unpaid account am I still carrying? A parent, an ex, a friend, a sibling, a boss, a version of life itself. Then ask, what is this debt costing me now? Sleep, trust, joy, attention, confidence, new love. If the cost is ongoing, the account is still too active. Picture a ledger in your hands. On one side, what they never paid. On the other, what you still possess. Lessons, strength, discernment, capacity to love again. Future choices, character, time still left. Close the book. Say inwardly, I release the need for repayment from those unable or unwilling to pay. I stop financing old losses with new energy. I keep the wisdom. I reclaim the future. This is not weakness. It is financial intelligence of the soul. As sleep approaches, let the chest loosen from old balances. Let the jaw release from silent arguments. Let tomorrow be free from collecting debts in dreams. Some people never paid you back. That is their ledger. Your task now is different. Protect your remaining capital. Invest where value returns. And stop carrying accounts that were never meant to be your life's work. And once you stop carrying emotional debt from people who never paid you back, another hidden drain often remains. The body may have left them. Your phone may no longer contain them. Years may have passed. Yet inside the mind, you are still talking to them. Many people spend enormous emotional energy in imaginary conversations. You explain what they did. You finally say the perfect sentence. You expose their hypocrisy. You defend your innocence. You make them understand your pain. You receive the apology they never gave. You win the argument that never happened. You hear them admit you were right. These inner scenes can feel meaningful in the moment. They may feel like unfinished business, but often they are only rehearsed attachment. The Stoic practice is learning to release imaginary conversations with those who hurt you. This matters because imaginary conversations can create the illusion of movement while keeping you emotionally stationary. You feel active, yet nothing changes. The body stays tense. The heart stays tied. The mind stays occupied by people who may no longer deserve rent-free space. Marcus Aurelius knew that much suffering comes not only from events, but from what we continue adding to them mentally. We replay, revise, decorate, dramatize, and relive what life already placed behind us. Epictetus taught that external things trouble us less than our judgments about them. An old person may be gone, but the inner dialogue with them can still wound daily. Why do these conversations happen? Because the mind seeks closure. Because truth was never acknowledged. Because injustice feels unfinished. Because pain wants witness. Because part of you still hopes to be understood. Because anger wants expression. Because grief wants voice. These needs are human. But the chosen method often fails. An imaginary conversation rarely satisfies for long. You win the scene, then replay it tomorrow. You explain perfectly, then still feel unseen. You receive the fantasy apology, then wake to the same ache. Why? Because the real need was not another speech. It was release. Many people think they need the other person to understand before they can move on. Stoicism challenges this. Your freedom cannot depend entirely on another person's insight. Some people lack the depth to understand what they did. Some understand and avoid it. Some understand too late. Some never will. If your peace requires their awakening, peace remains delayed. Another hidden cost of imaginary conversations is nervous system activation. The body often responds as if the conflict is current. Heart races, jaw tightens, chest hardens, sleep weakens, mood drops. stress returns. All because a phantom discussion began in the mind. The Stoics would ask, is this useful now? Not emotionally tempting. Useful. Does this imagined dialogue produce action, clarity, peace, or wisdom? If not, it may be mental self-harm disguised as processing. This does not mean never reflecting on unresolved relationships. Reflection can teach patterns, reveal truths, and guide future boundaries. But reflection seeks understanding. Imaginary conversations often seek impossible emotional payment. There is a difference. Understanding asks, what did this teach me? What pattern must end? What boundary do I need now? What part still hurts? Imaginary conversation asks, how do I make them finally become what they were not? One liberates, one loops. A practical Stoic method is to convert phantom dialogue into private truth. Instead of rehearsing speeches to them, write one honest paragraph for yourself. You hurt me. I wanted more from you. I did not deserve that. I release waiting for your understanding. Then stop there. Truth does not need an audience to be true. Another practice is noticing triggers. What starts the conversations? Loneliness, seeing their name, quiet evenings, comparison, feeling misunderstood by someone new. Once you know the doorway, you can meet the real feeling underneath instead of entering the theater. Sometimes the imaginary conversation is not about them anymore. It is about current sadness, unresolved self-worth, or unmet needs. Marcus Aurelius often returned himself to present duty. You can do the same. When the phantom scene begins, ask, what is in front of me now? My breath, my room, my work, my rest. My next honest action. The present starves old performances of energy. Another helpful ritual is to give the conversation a funeral. Picture a room where all unfinished dialogues are gathered. The apology you never got, the defense you never made, the explanation they never heard, the justice that never arrived. Bow your head, acknowledge the loss, then close the room. Not because it did not matter, because it no longer gets to continue forever. Tonight, if one of these conversations starts again, do not enter automatically. Pause, breathe once, say inwardly, I know what I wish had happened. I know what I wish they understood. But this discussion lives only in my mind now, and I choose peace over rehearsal. Then redirect gently. Feel the sheets. Count slow breaths. Place a hand on the chest. Return to the body. Return to now. As sleep approaches, let silence become healing instead of threatening. You do not need another midnight argument. You do not need another fantasy verdict. You do not need to keep proving yourself to absent people. Some doors close without explanation. Some stories end without justice. Some people never mature enough to participate in repair. Still, you can be free. Release the imaginary conversations. Keep the lessons. Keep your dignity. Keep your energy. And let those who hurt you become quieter each night inside your mind. And once you begin releasing imaginary conversations with those who hurt you, another layer of healing often appears. Many wounds do not look wounded on the surface. They wear stronger clothing. They hide behind competence, sharpness, discipline, busyness, standards, and the need to manage everything. This is why deep emotional damage often goes unnoticed. It does not always cry openly. It often controls. It often rages. It often perfects. Many people think damage always looks broken, helpless, or visibly sad. Sometimes it looks successful, organized, impressive, demanding, unreachable, always fine, always productive, always in charge. But underneath, there may be fear. Fear of chaos returning, fear of being powerless again, fear of being judged, fear of being rejected, fear of being exposed as not enough, fear of feeling pain that was never processed. The Stoics understood that behavior often reveals inner beliefs. If someone must dominate every room, perhaps they feel unsafe without control. If someone explodes quickly, perhaps old pain is close to the surface. If someone cannot tolerate mistakes, perhaps love once felt conditional. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet he repeatedly reminded himself to govern the self first. He knew outer control means little if inner disorder remains untouched. Control is one of the most common disguises of old hurt. A person who grew up in unpredictability may try to control schedules, people, outcomes, conversations, emotions, even small details. This can look disciplined from the outside. Sometimes it is. But when control becomes rigid, it often carries panic beneath it. If everything is managed, I will be safe. If nothing surprises me, I will not be hurt. If I stay ahead of life, pain cannot catch me. But life cannot be fully controlled, so the controller lives in constant tension. Epictetus would remind us that trying to control what is not ours creates suffering. Other people, outcomes, timing, weather, aging, reputation, markets, moods of others, these remain beyond full command. When someone with hidden wounds tries to dominate the uncontrollable, exhaustion follows. Anger is another disguise. Some people appear strong because they are intense, quick-tempered, harsh, easily offended, reactive. But anger often protects softer emotions underneath. Grief, shame, fear, humiliation, loneliness, powerlessness. Anger can feel safer than vulnerability. It gives energy where sadness feels heavy. It gives certainty where grief feels messy. It gives movement where fear feels frozen. This is why some people live in anger for years. It became the guard dog at the gate of deeper pain. The Stoics did not admire uncontrolled anger. They saw it as a temporary madness that often punishes the one carrying it. Seneca wrote deeply about anger because he knew how destructive it becomes when mistaken for strength. Sometimes the angriest person in the room is simply the most hurt person with no safe language for hurt. Perfectionism is another elegant disguise. It can look admirable: high standards, strong work ethic, attention to detail, achievement, reliability. But deep emotional damage often hides inside perfectionism when worth became tied to performance. If I do everything right, no one can reject me. If I excel, I will be loved. If I never fail, I stay safe. If I am flawless, no one can shame me. This creates endless pressure because human life includes mistakes, limitations, awkwardness, aging, uncertainty, and unfinished work. The perfectionist is often trying to solve emotional wounds through precision. Marcus Aurelius would likely ask, are your standards serving virtue or serving fear? That question matters. Healthy discipline creates peace. Fear-based perfectionism destroys it. Another sign hidden damage is active. Rest feels uncomfortable. When the body slows, unresolved feelings rise. So the person stays busy, controlling, fixing, correcting, producing, criticizing, planning, organizing. Motion becomes medication, but what you outrun by day often waits at night. The Stoic path is not to shame these strategies. Many of them once helped you survive. Control may have protected you in chaos. Anger may have defended you when boundaries were absent. Perfectionism may have earned approval when love felt scarce. Respect the survival logic, then outgrow it. Ask yourself gently, where am I controlling because I am afraid? Where am I angry because I am hurting? Where am I perfecting because I feel unworthy? These questions bring compassion and clarity together. Then ask the Stoic question: what is actually in my control now? My effort, my honesty, my response, my standards, my breath, my next action. What emotion needs feeling instead of disguising? What boundary needs speaking instead of exploding? What self-worth needs building instead of performing? Healing often begins when disguise becomes unnecessary. You no longer need to control every detail if you can tolerate uncertainty. You no longer need anger if you can name pain. You no longer need perfection if you can accept humanity. Tonight, as sleep approaches, notice what armor you wear most often. Control, anger, perfectionism, busyness. Ask what it has been protecting. Thank it for trying. Then loosen it. Let one plan remain unfinished. Let one mistake be human. Let one feeling be felt without fixing. Let one breath arrive without management. Place a hand on the chest if it helps and say, I do not need armor in every room. I do not need control to be safe in this moment. I do not need anger to be strong. I do not need perfection to be worthy. Then breathe slowly. Deep emotional damage often hides behind impressive masks. But healing begins when the mask can rest, and the person beneath it no longer has to earn peace through performance. And once you begin to see how emotional damage hides behind control, anger, and perfectionism, another pattern often becomes painfully clear. Many people are not only suffering from what happened back then, they are suffering because they keep punishing the person who exists now for the helplessness of the person who existed then. This punishment can be subtle. You deny yourself rest because you once felt weak. You reject love because you once chose badly. You overwork because you once fell behind. You shame yourself because you once stayed silent. You isolate because you once trusted the wrong people. You demand perfection because you once made mistakes. You keep calling yourself names because a younger version of you could not stop what happened. This is how today's self pays for yesterday's helplessness. The Stoics understood something essential. Pain from the past can continue through present judgments. The event may be over, but the inner sentencing remains active. You are no longer in the old room, old relationship, old family system, old season. Yet you keep carrying forward the punishments. Marcus Aurelius constantly returned himself to what was in front of him now. He knew a person can waste the living moment by dragging dead moments into it. Many people do this daily without noticing. They wake up in today and immediately report to yesterday's prison. Why does this happen? Because helplessness is hard to tolerate. To have been unable to stop harm, unable to make someone love you, unable to leave sooner, unable to know what you know now, unable to save a chapter from pain. The mind often hates helplessness so much that it converts it into blame. If it was my fault, at least I had control. If I was stupid, then it makes sense. If I punish myself enough, maybe it won't happen again. This is tragic logic, but common logic. Self-blame can feel safer than helplessness because blame creates the illusion of control. Epictetus would challenge this directly. He taught that wisdom begins by distinguishing what was and was not within your power. Many people blame themselves for lacking control they never possessed. A child blames themselves for a parent's chaos. A young adult blames themselves for manipulation they did not yet understand. A grieving person blames themselves for not preventing the unavoidable. A lonely person blames themselves for accepting crumbs while starving for love. A frightened person blames themselves for freezing under pressure. But freezing, hoping, not knowing, depending, trusting, needing, fearing, these are human responses, not proof of moral failure. Another form of punishment is overcorrection. Someone once felt powerless, so now they control everything. Someone once felt rejected, so now they reject first. Someone once felt behind, so now they never rest. Someone once felt foolish, so now they demand perfection. Someone once felt trapped, so now they flee intimacy. This can look like strength, but often it is pain still steering. The Stoic path is not revenge on the self, it is right relationship with the self. Marcus Aurelius did not tell himself to become flawless because life was hard. He urged himself toward discipline, reason, patience, courage, fairness, firmness without cruelty. You can learn from that. There is a difference between correction and punishment. Correction says, I see the pattern. I choose differently now. Punishment says, I hate myself for having had the pattern. Correction heals. Punishment repeats damage. Ask yourself gently, how am I making current life harder because old life was hard? Do you refuse joy because the past was painful? Do you distrust everyone because one person betrayed you? Do you exhaust yourself because you once lacked enough? Do you insult yourself because others once did? Do you keep proving because you once felt unseen? These are present taxes on past suffering, and they can end. A practical Stoic exercise is to separate timelines. Then I was limited. Now I have more power. Then I lacked knowledge. Now I can choose with wisdom. Then I depended on others. Now I can support myself differently. Then I froze. Now I can respond. Then I was learning. Now I am living. This restores proportion. The helpless self and the current self are not identical. Another healing step is to stop using today as a courtroom for yesterday. Many people make every current mistake proof that nothing changed. A hard day means I'm still broken. A bad decision means I never learn. An anxious moment means I'm back at the beginning. No, today's struggles are today's struggles. They do not automatically reopen old verdicts. Epictetus would remind you that each moment offers a fresh chance to use reason well. That means no matter what happened before, now remains available. Tonight, picture the younger, helpless version of you. See their fear, their limitations, their confusion, their need. Then picture the present you standing beside them. Stronger, wiser, more aware, more capable. Now say inwardly, I will not punish myself for what you could not control. I will protect what you could not protect. I will guide what you did not know how to guide. I will live where you only survived. This is powerful integration. As sleep approaches, let the shoulders drop the old sentence. Let the jaw release inherited blame. Let the nervous system feel that the war is over. You do not need to keep paying for a season of helplessness with a lifetime of self-attack. Yesterday needed compassion. Today needs leadership. Breathe slowly now. Feel the bed beneath you. Feel time has moved. Feel that you are no longer trapped in then. And let today's self be treated by you with the dignity yesterday's self needed most. And once you stop punishing today's self for yesterday's helplessness, another fear often rises quietly. Many people begin healing, soften a little, feel tenderness returning, and immediately become afraid. They think, if I become gentle, people will use me again. If I soften, I'll lose my edge. If I stop being hard, I'll become weak. If I forgive, I'll become easy to hurt. So they keep armor long after the battle. They confuse harshness with strength. They confuse numbness with resilience. They confuse suspicion with wisdom. They confuse aggression with power. This is why the Stoic art of becoming gentle without becoming weak is so rare and so necessary. The Stoics never taught softness without structure. They taught inner steadiness. A person can be kind and difficult to manipulate, calm and impossible to intimidate, compassionate and firm, warm-hearted and clear-boundaried. Marcus Aurelius led armies, governed conflict, faced betrayal, illness, grief, and pressure. Yet in his private writings, he constantly returned to patience, self-restraint, humility, fairness, and calm. He did not see gentleness as weakness. He saw uncontrolled harshness as weakness. Anyone can lash out. Anyone can harden. Anyone can become cynical. Anyone can close the heart. It takes greater strength to remain humane without becoming naive. Many people became hard for understandable reasons. They were betrayed, so they sharpened. They were neglected, so they detached. They were mocked, so they toughened. They were overwhelmed, so they numbed. They were used, so they became suspicious. These adaptations may have helped for a season, but long-term hardness often harms the one wearing it. It strains the nervous system, pushes away healthy people, turns rest into discomfort, makes joy difficult to trust, creates loneliness disguised as strength. Epictetus taught that no one can truly harm your character without your consent. This means you do not need permanent armor to preserve your essence. You need wisdom, boundaries, and self-command. That is different from hardness. Gentleness is not saying yes to everything. It is saying no without hatred. Gentleness is not tolerating disrespect. It is correcting without cruelty. Gentleness is not endless availability. It is presence without self-abandonment. Gentleness is not emotional weakness. It is emotional regulation. Gentleness is not letting people cross lines. It is enforcing lines without becoming what hurt you. This distinction changes everything. Many people think they need anger to have boundaries, but boundaries spoken calmly are often stronger than boundaries screamed. Rage may feel powerful, but steadiness carries authority. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that another person's wrongdoing should not turn him into a lesser version of himself. That is Stoic elegance. You can respond firmly without borrowing the energy of chaos. Another hidden truth: harshness often comes from fear. Fear of being ignored, fear of being vulnerable, fear of losing control, fear of being disappointed again, fear of appearing soft. So the person becomes sharp before life even asks them to. Gentleness, by contrast, requires confidence. Only someone rooted in themselves can remain soft where softness is appropriate. A river can wear down stone not through violence, but through steady force. That is true gentleness. Consistent, calm, unmoved by theatrics, clear in direction, strong without noise. Another practice is learning the difference between open heart and open gate. Your heart may remain kind. Your gate may still have standards. Not everyone gets access. Not everyone gets trust. Not everyone gets repeated chances. Not everyone gets explanations. You can love humanity without handing keys to everyone. This protects gentleness from exploitation. Some people become harsh because they never learned selective softness. They thought the only options were total openness or total hardness. Stoicism offers a middle path. Be warm with the worthy. Be polite with the neutral. Be boundaried with the difficult. Be distant with the destructive. Remain yourself through all four. That is mastery. There is also gentleness towards self. Many people speak to themselves with brutality in the name of discipline. Do better. You're behind. Be stronger. Stop being weak. But inner cruelty often drains energy more than it creates excellence. Stoic discipline can be firm without insult. Try, today matters. Stand up again. Do the next right thing. You are capable of more. This builds strength without self-hatred. Tonight, ask gently, where have I confused hardness with power? In relationships, at work, with family, with myself. Then ask, what would strength with softness look like here? Perhaps listening without collapsing. Perhaps saying no calmly. Perhaps forgiving without reconnecting. Perhaps resting without guilt. Perhaps speaking truth without venom. Perhaps loving again with discernment. As sleep approaches, picture yourself removing heavy armor piece by piece, the chest plate of constant defensiveness, the helmet of suspicion, the gloves of aggression, the boots of emotional numbness. Set them down. Keep what truly serves you: discernment, boundaries, self-respect, courage, calm. Then place a hand on the heart and say, I do not need to be hard to be strong. I do not need to be cruel to be respected. I do not need to be closed to be safe. I can be gentle and difficult to break. Breathe slowly now. Let softness return where it belongs. Let strength remain where it is needed. And let tomorrow meet a person who no longer mistakes pain-made hardness for true power. Tonight, you did more than listen. You opened doors many people spend a lifetime avoiding. You learned to separate your wounds from your identity, to stop punishing yourself for old helplessness, to release bitterness without denying pain, to stop feeding thoughts that reopen scars, and to become gentle without becoming weak. You saw that healing is not becoming someone new. It is returning to who you were before pain convinced you otherwise. The past may have shaped chapters of your life, but it does not own the ending. Old fear may still whisper, memories may still visit, sadness may still knock, but now you know they are visitors, not rulers. And every night you choose peace over repetition, truth over illusion, and courage over old pain. You reclaim another piece of yourself. Before you sleep, leave one word in the comments that represents what you are releasing tonight: fear, shame, anger, bitterness, regret. Let that comment become the moment you set it down. And if this brought peace to your heart, subscribe to the channel so we can keep healing, growing, and becoming stronger together.